And coming to you live from Arnold Anderson Stadium in lovely Brantford, Ontario. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a Friday night of IBL action, live from the Brantford Red Sox IBL YouTube channel. I am, as always, Marshall Crocker, the man on the call tonight for what should be a great evening of baseball against the visiting Barrie Baycats, one of the hottest teams in the IBL this season, and one of the hottest commentators in the league after calling a no-hitter yesterday, the first one in 40 years. It is an absolute pleasure to be joined by Mark Perry alongside me. Mark, welcome. How are we feeling?
You humble me, sir. Absolutely thrilled to be here at Arnold Anderson Stadium for a good Friday night tilt between these two teams. Of course, Brantford's on the up and up. I mean, I have seen this team over the last few years have their struggles, but this is a feisty team that we're seeing here these days. I mean, they have lost 7 of their last 10 ball games, but they're in the thick of things here as we head towards the second half of July, but it's going to be a very tough test against the defending IBL champions here tonight, who themselves struggled out of the gate but have really found their stride over the last several games. But obviously, they're having their share of struggles as well, keeping guys healthy.
Right. Different struggles for both these teams, and I think this game equally important, irregardless of record. Many will look at Brantford coming into tonight, sitting 6-18, and say, well, there's a lot of room to the playoff spots. 3 whole games in hand, even with Kitchener's loss yesterday. They're now even on games played. But that's what makes these games so crucial, is those head-to-heads that are going to matter for the matchup later in the year against Guelph, against Kitchener are coming up. But right now, you got to knock off a big team like Barrie if you're the Brantford Red Sox. We're going to, first of all, before we get too far into today, there's one player I want to highlight. You have an interesting storyline about him, given the emergence of a new player on the Brantford roster. We're going to talk about our player to watch here for the Brantford Red Sox, Mr. Lucas Lefebvre, a former Kitchener Panther and a gentleman who this season has looked good in his appearances since subbing in for Max Schmarter. Hitting .292 on the year. He's a young player, so you kind of project, all right, consistent improvement. There's kind of a moldable ball of clay there. But the important thing for him is with Schmarter out of the lineup, he's now the everyday shortstop. But we got Jose Vinicio back on the roster in the shortstop position, potentially hot on his heels.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good test. It's a good thing to have when you have that kind of embarrassment, if you will. This allows Lefebvre to kind of play himself into being the everyday shortstop, as this season progresses. Obviously, Jose Vinicio, what a resume he has, dating back over the last few years playing with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Lucas playing on his 3rd team this season, obviously started the year in Welland, moved over to Kitchener, now here in Brantford. And I felt like with Welland and Kitchener especially, I just felt like there just wasn't a fit, if you will. There was he just didn't have that the spot wasn't there, if you will, and they didn't really give him as much of a chance to fill into those spots. I believe he only got 2 starts in Welland, just a handful of starts in Kitchener as well. Although with the Panthers, he was more of a guy that came off the bench than an actual starter, and a guy that you can look at as a depth option. If they're playing a 3-3, if they're playing a 4-4, you can have that guy in there to maybe give your everyday guy off. Of course, with the Kitchener Panthers, Jordan Mandalay takes that spot at shortstop regularly, and he's one of the best players in the IBL.
Right.
So I really think that was kind of a battle to lose for Lucas Lefebvre, and now he's getting this opportunity here in Brantford, but Jose Vinicio is going to give him a run for his money. He's got to play himself, and he's got to play himself big over the next few games and get himself into that position where, at the very least, they can kind of work as a platoon at short. Himself and Jose Vinicio, who was activated off the inactive list just a few days ago.
Well, the storyline today is going to be a number of things, but one of them is going to be, Barrie's a hot team. We're a little bit weak, and both teams are going to give their best shot today. Both come off a fair bit of rest. I know Barrie hasn't played since Sunday. Same here. We had our last game here live at home against Welland back on Sunday on Rogers TV. So let's take a look at your starting pitcher matchup for tonight. Running a little bit behind the entire game tonight. A lot of people were a little bit late with travel concerns, so we got a little bit of extra time here on the pre-show. Looking at our pitcher matchup for tonight, we'll start off with 2 gentlemen in very different situations statistically. You'll look at every number on that list and be like, is that the same stat? They look substantially different, and Frank Garces, I'm sure you can speak to it here, one of the best in the league, is going to get recognition at around All-Star season, and for good reason.
Well, I mean, he's found himself on the reserve squad for the North Division for the All-Star game coming up. Owen Boone ended up getting that position as the starting pitcher for
deservedly
good reason.
Yep.
I mean, guy throws a no-no. You probably should give him that spot, but I think he ended up getting a lot of the votes. He was, I think, the vote leader amongst every player in the IBL. So, well deserved. But Frank Garces is nobody to sleep on. 70 strikeouts. That is first in the Intercounty Baseball League. There's only 5 pitchers above 50 at this point. Frank Garces leads the pack, and he has just been a stalwart on this roster, since coming in to the IBL just a few short seasons ago. In fact, he's coming in. He played in 2018, took a few years off. Went in 2022, 23, won the championship last year, was the playoff MVP as well for the Baycats a season ago. So this is the ace of this pitching staff, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a big-time performance here for the Barrie Baycats ace here tonight.
And you got to think the pressure then lies on Jeremiah Suker. He's a guy that isn't going to come into today with the pedigree nor the experience this year of a Frank Garces. He's pitched 15 2/3 innings, has Suker to this point, 7.46 ERA. It's one of those things that I think small sample size guys we've seen all season with guys like Lahaney's Alvarado earlier this year came in and he was up around 8 ERA and then absolutely wiped the floor with the Red Sox hitters. So a lot of the time, starting pitchers with the small sample size is the question. The strikeout to walk ratio, again, you can't do much with 6 and 3. He's a guy today that today is going to be the best team he's played, or certainly the hottest team he's played in this season. And I think the Brantford Red Sox, when you go into a busier weekend like the one we have, 3 straight games, 1 on the road tomorrow, then at home against Hamilton on Sunday, you want to save your best guys for the games that maybe you're a little bit more worried about your bullpen, which has been the concern here for the Brantford Red Sox. So Suker's got a lot on his plate here today. As we start to get going here, I think he's going to be the guy to watch, potential second player to watch option there. Before we get too much further, let's introduce the starting lineup for the Barrie Baycats on offense before they head out here. It's going to be Noel and McGarry Doyle leading us off here. Brendan Hernandez there in the 2 spot. Clayton Keys will be in the all-important number 3 position. Noel Machibroda is going to clean us up there from the 4 spot. Tristan Clark there in the 5. Willie Garcia, Noah Hull the next 2. Tyler Plumpton and Alex Wickett will round off that lineup. We'll talk more about them as we go along. But curious for you there, Mark, is there anybody you see on that list that you think is maybe a little further down the order but presents a unique threat on offense?
Well, I think for Willie Garcia, I think he's really underrated as the designated hitter here for the Barrie Baycats. Obviously for him, he comes in with a 256 average. Yes, that's a little bit deeper into the lineup. It was 0 for 4 against Guelph just 5 days ago in their last game against the Guelph Royals. But before that, ended up going 3 for his previous 8, and I think he's going to be a very big key here in this game here tonight.
Well, let's take a look over. Let's flip it around to the other side. Let's take a look at the Brantford Red Sox defense that's going to come out in this first inning. We'll see Barrie there. That's how Barrie is going to work out their guys that are starting today on offense. So McGarry Doyle, Clark, and Keys will be the outfielders, not in that order. Machibroda, Wickett, Hernandez, and Hull from right to left is going to be your infield. Garces is, of course, pitching, and he'll be pitching to Tyler Plumpton today. That is going to be the look for the Barrie Baycats. We'll get you the Brantford Red Sox defense in just a moment, but this Brantford Red Sox defensive unit is going to remain more or less the same today. I think the big spot for the Red Sox that was kind of in question was that third base position, and you'll see here now, Chris Ortega, new IBL All-Star, the only starter on the offense for the South squad for the All-Star game for Brantford. He'll be at the 3 spot today, where he's kind of taken up the last couple weeks. Matt Torreson, Lucas Bateman, and Lucas Lefebvre going to be the rest of your infield. Left to right, Ren Takioka, hottest hitter on this team, now the league leader in batting average. He'll be out there as an always sturdy left field. Paulos, maybe the best fielder on the entire team, out there in center field where he belongs. Brody Black has had some electric catches all season. He's going to try to do it again today in right field. Then Cassidy Watts, our final man, our longtime back catch. Since the beginning of the year, Mark, there was a lot of questions. We had 3 or 4 guys rotating every game. Since he's come in, Cassidy Watt has been one of the league's elite framers, an incredible blocker, and he's starting to pick it up. On offense, you'll see later, he's sitting in the 3 spot today. He's getting a lot of trust from this Brantford Red Sox management staff. Yeah,
and once he gets on a roll and he can start picking guys off on the regular, it's going to be a very dangerous thing. Although, just keep in mind, too, Barrie doesn't try to steal bases all that much. Just 17 for 22 on the season when it comes to stolen bags. So, maybe you start to see that aggressiveness if the game is close. But, if the game starts getting out of hand, whether it's one way or the other, that might change in a hurry.
Let's take a look, get an idea of the situation here. Let's get the IBL standings up if we can. Take a look at where these teams sit comparatively to this point in the year. And again, we talk about this game is big for both teams, but you got to think the pressure's here on the Red Sox. The Barrie Baycats are kind of in that meaty middle right now of the IBL standings. A lot of teams that I don't even know necessarily reflect their ability relative to their standings. But the Barrie Baycats 13-10, they're really just fighting for seeding, almost certain for the All-Star game. But the Brantford Red Sox 6-18, got to make those 3 games up. You don't have many left. I know it feels like a long season, Mark, but these games are getting more and more pressured the longer the season goes on.
It's gotten halfway through the year pretty quickly.
We'll take a moment here for the rest of the national anthem. We'll be back in a moment.
Thank you.
And we're back as the national anthem comes to a close here, live from Arnold Anderson Stadium in Brantford, Ontario. First of all, we thank you for joining us here on a Friday night of IBL Baseball. Remember, it's reverse tariff season here with the Brantford Red Sox. Free tickets to every game and a pretty good showing for a very hot Friday night here at the Arnold Anderson Stadium. 30, I believe, 2 degrees today. Supposed to feel like 37. It felt like 41 last Sunday. This Brantford Red Sox team, they are not getting easy games here at home in terms of temperature, but they have a lot of them ahead. The Red Sox have played, I believe, 4 more road games than home games to this point in the season. They got a lot ahead to look forward to in terms of this home crowd. So if you're a Brantford Red Sox fan, come out and support them. They're going to need it on this playoff run.
Yeah, and it's a little bit tougher right now just because usually, historically, here at Arnold Anderson Stadium, you have that sun delay that you have to worry about sometimes around this time of year. The games don't usually get underway until about 8:30 Eastern. Now it's about an hour earlier. I'm curious to see how that has played, whether it's for a team or against a team, just in terms of the glare that comes in as well. But especially in the last couple of weeks, it has been humid in southwestern Ontario, and I'm feeling the heat already with the sun just blasting here on the broadcast booth here. It can't be easy for them down there either.
Well, as we get finally ready to get going, you talk about where does the advantage go between the home and the road team. I always think the travel for these players getting here on a Friday night has got to be a question. I know this team here for Barrie, we've had some games where teams have literally had to put their lineup together on the spot. Today, Barrie here a little bit early, but you just got to feel for these night games, and you really do see, at least from my perspective, I don't know about you, Mark, you see teams play differently from Friday to Sunday to weekdays. They look like different teams, and predictably so.
Well, and I mean, that's the thing, right? When you're playing Friday versus Sunday, especially if it's 3-3 weekend, naturally it's going to look a lot different, whether you have kind of that wear and tear on a guy that's played a lot of games in the last couple of days, or you're just plugging and playing. Maybe you have a roster that is primarily junior call-ups because you want to give some of your regulars a rest because they've played quite a bit in the last couple of days. So definitely you see a lot of changes. So here on a Friday night, this is kind of the beginning of the weekend for both of these teams. So this is where you kind of expect, the best of the best to really kind of come out and play, and we'll see who ends up coming the victor here tonight.
So starting off, Noel McGarry Doyle, Brandon Hernandez, and Clayton Keys will be the top of the first inning here. And I think the big storyline, if you're a Brantford Red Sox fan, you watch these broadcasts often, you know what we're trying to avoid. It's these big early game blowouts. It's a team that, The Red Sox are very momentum-based, and that can be positive with the offense, but it can be very negative as well with the pitching. The big storyline all year has been needing people to step up in the bullpen, and we've had some people, the De La Cruzes, the De Los Santoses of the world, we've had really great relievers come in and make a big impact. But as an entire staff, there's room for improvement. You want to see Sucre go far into the game today, and you want to see him do so with a close deficit.
Well, we just got informed that they are going to have the sun delay for about 15 minutes, so we're not actually going to get underway until around 8 o'clock Eastern. So, again, another factor that comes into play here. Guys are getting ready to play some baseball, and then, okay, we got to wait another 15 minutes before we can actually get cooking. Maybe guys have started to, they go through a hard BP and they're just trying to get stretched out, and all of a sudden, okay, another 15 minutes away, guys kind of get antsy, and that can work for or against a player, against a team. And, when you talk about the Barrie Baycats, they're coming in here tonight red hot. But they're also a team that it feels like it's clockwork, right? It's like 3 guarantees in life: death, taxes, and the Barrie Baycats getting stuck in traffic on the 400 and 401 on the way down here for a weeknight kind of game. So they're used to this. So that works in their favor as well. But usually when they're coming off the bus, they're getting ready. They're ready to go. But here now, okay, we're late getting on. Okay, we're ready. We're cooking. We're ready to go. But now we got to wait another 15 minutes. So, that could work against them, but this is a veteran team, so I don't think it will.
It's tough on the players, but let's make sure it's not tough on us. Let's not get too cool. We're going to have plenty of breaks throughout the course of the broadcast tonight, so those of you waiting around, we'll keep you on the hook. We'll have you here for a couple more minutes. And, Mark, you're a perfect guy to have for a day with a little bit of a delay because you've been a busy guy. We talked about yesterday, that big no-hitter. We almost saw one a couple weeks back here in Brantford. Owen McNeil of the Panthers had, I think, 7 2/3 innings. He went with a no-hitter on that one. It started to feel real for me as the broadcaster at about the 6th inning. I started to be like, all right, you never want to mention it too much, but you start to become aware, and even me as a commentator for the road team got pretty antsy. Would you say that same sensation was there yesterday?
I wouldn't say antsy, but I will say that I said it quite a bit last night, enough where there were some people looking at me kind of saying, stop.
Bit of a stink eye? Yeah.
A little bit of a stink eye. But I kept looking at them and saying, I don't believe in a broadcaster jinx. Sure enough, no-hitter ends up happening anyway. So I will use last night as a prime example moving forward until my dying breath as a broadcaster that there is no such thing as a jinx. Full stop.
Because that's controversial. Brian Howley, often our color commentator in here, he was pretty. We were trying to be hush hush about the McNeil situation. And here's a question for you, because I caught the tail end of the game. I saw on social media by about the 8th that it was in progress, and then got a chance to catch the end of the broadcast. What was the atmosphere like as the road team getting the no-hitter? Was there much appreciation in an 18-0 deficit to the home side?
I feel like there was a lot of deflation just because of where the scoreline was alone. With 6 home runs being hit by the Cardinals in that game, and they just kept rolling. It wasn't, okay, they have a massive inning late in the game, albeit they scored 7 in the 8th inning alone, but they were consistently hitting all throughout the game, and they just, slowly built up this run differential and this run cushion for Owen Boone, who just continuously went out there and just continuously, felt comfortable. And I mean, you look inning to inning and just the production, just in the pitch counts alone. I mean, 10 pitches in the first inning, 15 in the second inning, another 15 in the third inning. He was slow. It was a slow progression as the game went along. Just 9 pitches in the fourth. That's the kind of thing that you need. I say it all the time. If you want to go the length as a starting pitcher in this league, roughly you're trying to work in that 12 to 15 pitch range per inning, right, especially if you want to go 7, 8, perhaps a complete game. If you start, putting 20, 25, sometimes a 30 pitch count, by the time you reach the 5th or 6th inning, you're already over the century mark, and you're looking down at your pen, and you see a couple of guys warming up, and you just know the inevitable is coming. Mm-hmm. There was nobody, and I mean nobody, going to the Cardinals bullpen last night whatsoever.
Not once, eh?
And, I talked with Boone last night just after the game, and I was asking him about the the atmosphere just inside, within the dugout itself, just in the Cardinals, and he started noticing it around the 5th, 6th inning, where guys were starting to give him the eye a little bit more. They were starting to pay less attention to him, give him his space, keep him in his own mindset. I mean, you see it all the time in the bigs, where if a guy's riding a no-no, you let him be. You don't get in his head. You don't say, hey, do this, do that. Don't worry about the communication. If the guy's got a no-no going, you let him go.
Let him be.
Plain and simple. And I think he kind of realized as the 5th and 6th innings were going, he started to kind of realize, hey, this might actually happen. Just stick with it. And the fact is, he didn't even feel like he had his best stuff. Felt like his fastball was off a little bit more, but again, kept that pitch count down and just kept running down batters. And it wasn't even, for a guy that is known for, good strikeout ability, he only had 6 strikeouts.
Right. That's what stood out to me.
And 3 of those 6 came in the last 3 innings. So this was a guy that was relying on his defense quite a bit, and how apropos was Carlos Dominguez with a diving catch in right field that ended up ending the whole thing. You look at the way things played out, the Panthers only had 4 base runners all game.
Yeah.
They had 3 walks plus A.J. Carosis reaching on a fielder's choice in the 3rd. After Yosuke Fuji walked with 1 out in the 5th, that was it. Boone went into shutdown mode, and there was nothing, and I mean nothing, the Kitchener Panthers could do about it. Plain and simple, and it was a historical night, and the atmosphere in the park, just to answer your initial question, I think there was some jubilation and just some appreciation for the history that was on the line.
Right.
But I think by the 6th and 7th inning, when the score got completely out of hand, fans started filing out. They filed out early, and I'm going to tell this to fans right now that are listening to this right now. It does not matter if it's the home team or the away team. When there is history on the line, don't worry about traffic. You're there to possibly witness history. And maybe it's applicable here for the Brantford Red Sox, who are having a bit of a slow year in terms of the wins. You have the ability to have teams come into your stadium and put on performances like that. Like, we have Frank Garces coming onto the mound here tonight, who could be putting on a masterful performance. Obviously, Brantford looking to, not have that happen. But this is why you come to the games. It doesn't matter what your team is doing. If they're doing great, absolutely great. Fantastic, phenomenal. But if you're not doing so great, come here and support your team anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's going to allow them to have that push, to push from bad to good and be the feisty group that they can be. It can be absolutely deflating to just have just a couple dozen people in the ballpark by the time it gets to the end of a game. And you're looking around saying, okay, where did all the fans go? Oh, we just got blown out 18-0. That's why.
Right.
Stick around, because you never know. You never know what you're going to see. And sure enough, for the fans that stuck around last night, whether they were a Kitchener fan or an overjoyous Hamilton Cardinals fan base, there was a lot of Cardinals fans there, by the way. You just never know what's going to happen. You could be there to witness history. It may not be for your home team, but you could be there to witness history, and it could be that story that you tell to your grandkids someday.
If you're a baseball fan in attendance yesterday, you're absolutely right. Didn't care who you're pulling for. That's a lifetime you'll have forever. And that's why baseball is such a beautiful sport, that you get so many unique achievements and accolades like that you don't in so many other games. And I think that today that's going to be kind of the storyline is Brantford, you got so many home games coming up. The Red Sox, faithful. We're going to have so many not just home games, but big games against relatively, I would say, beatable teams. Although the IBL this year has proven anybody can beat anybody, and anybody can blow anybody out. We beat Chatham Kent 25-3 here just a couple days ago. We know what it's like to have a big underdog win. So we're almost here. The sun's set behind some clouds. We should be ready to get going here in just a moment for some nighttime Friday night IBL action. But you make a great point there, Mark. And those that didn't hear when we started the broadcast, I think there was a quick audio blip at the beginning. Mark Perret, voice of almost everything here in the IBL.
Basically, IBL Inside Pitch co-host, Kitchener Panthers play-by-play, Guelph Royals play-by-play, sometimes a fill-in for the London Majors, a little bit of everything. I don't have a life.
Hey, the greats in our industry don't, all right? If you're looking for a nice guy, go to the bar with you, have an open schedule. Don't be friends with a commentator, a media personality, anything. Don't do it. We're busy types, and that's for very good reason. Let's get back into it here as the Brantford Red Sox defense takes the field for the first inning of work. And this is going to be Sucre's time to really get ahead. I talked about just a moment ago, the bullpen. The golden number for wins seems to be about the 6th inning. If our starter can get there in the 6th inning, keep the deficit close, we have some elite bullpen relievers that will come in. And I know one of the big question marks of this team, Mark, has been management. We've had such fluctuation to the point that as of today, I actually haven't checked our starting lineup. Maybe you know better than I. I don't know who's getting the call there today, but what I've seen the last couple weeks is out of the bullpen in relief, they try to play the game, play the situation, and just play for win opportunities where, again, the De La Cruzes, the De Los Santos, they will come in games that are close, that are attainable. And it's when they start to get out of hand, you say, all right, we're going to get away from the traditional when did you pitch last, almost go through a bullpen rotation kind of deal. They will play the hot hand here, no matter who's in management for the Red Sox, and I think that's going to need to be the case today if we get an early lead here against the Baycats.
Well, and they're starting to see some consistency in terms of coaching. I feel like I've seen Aiden Colangelo's name down a lot more under the coaching staff portion of the lineup sheet. So, that's something to kind of hold your hat on, is just have that consistent guy calling the shots there, even if he's a guy that's going to take the field every now and then. Tyler Susie also a part of that too. Here for the Brantford Red Sox, when you look at Jeremiah Sucre, that's going to be very interesting to see. A guy that hasn't really seen a lot of action this season, just his 5th start of the year, had that one start against Hamilton. It was four innings of work in that 4-3 loss back just a week ago. But before that, he had an entire month off. So, this is kind of that portion of of his season here where maybe he's just trying to work off the cobwebs at the same time, too. Ease him back into the lineup. Just going 4 innings a week ago. See if you can maybe get some length out of him, maybe get to a 5, maybe get to a 6th inning. And if he's consistent and he's active and he's keeping that pitch count, maybe just try it for a 7th inning. But at the same time, too, maybe conserve a little bit of that bullpen as well for the Brantford Red Sox. Of course, playing a 3-3, playing Brantford again playing Barrie again tomorrow in Barrie, and then, finishing off the weekend against Hamilton. So you don't really want to burn through all of your arms here early. So I think, especially here with Jeremiah Sucre, I think you need a big game out of him. Yeah. Plain and simple. You need him to go at least 5, in my opinion.
And one of the big talking points we've had this entire season has been with an establishment of a full-time defensive catcher in Cassidy Watt, that those reps not only for him matter, but for pitchers. The more they work with Watt in terms of calling and calling the game at the catcher position, I think this is going to be huge because, to my knowledge, Sucre wasn't there when Watt was, he was not yet the full-time catcher by that point. So here's Noel McGarry-Doyle, the center fielder. He'll lead it off today for the Barrie Baycats as Sucre takes his place on the mound and gets ready for his all-important 9 innings of work. Let's hope it's 9 innings, but Owen Boone may have set my standards too high. That one chopped right towards the first base spot. A little bit of a misplay. Can he feed it over? Yes, he can. Play made early. Talk about keeping the pitch count down. Matty Torres in a little bit of a bobble. Gets there to first.
Well, and on that play there, it's not a hard hit ball by any means. There is some toughness to it, some muster, if you will. And Torres then just recognizes it, just knocks the ball down at the same time. You're not going to be able to cup every single ball that comes down there. That's hard. At the very least, you keep it in front of you. You see the ball in front of you, scoop it up, get it over, get the out.
Brendan Hernandez, man at the shortstop position, getting the 2 call today. First pitch to him. Just finds the zone on the top side. Strike 1. We'll update the scoreboard for you. Currently says top of the 0th inning, and we will get you going here. Second pitch to Hernandez. That one well struck out towards right field. Black ranging out to go find it. Just right of the post. Everybody in attendance. I don't think anybody saw a clear angle of that, but luckily, I don't think it hit a vehicle, as is very common here at Arnold Anderson.
The way that angled, if that stays fair, that's a home run every day of the week and almost landed in the ballpark just on the other side of the parking lot there. That was a very hard hit ball by Brandon Hernandez.
Here's the third pitch of the at-bat. Sucre's going to have to be on his best behavior here. Hernandez will pop that one up again. Now it's Ortega going out ranging in third base line. Just wide out of his reach. Misses the grandstand, and Hernandez stays alive here at 0-2.
On Hernandez batting .280 on the season. Coming in, went 1 for 4 against the Royals back on the 6th of July, just 5 days ago. went 2 for 6 against these Red Sox back on June 28th as part of that 12-1 victory.
Fourth pitch from Suker, swing and a miss. First strikeout of the day for Suker, and that's how you like to get ahead in a home effort. Not many first-inning strikeouts from Brantford pitchers this year. Suker gets himself on the board.
I really like what Suker does there as well. Challenges Hernandez, sees that power that he's got in the bat. You saw it on that first swing where it knocked it into the parking lot down the right field line. Still initiates some contact, continues to just find the strike zone. Good strikeout there from Jeremiah Suker.
First pitch right down Main Street here to Clayton Keys, the right fielder hitting third in the lineup today for the Baycats. And Suker there getting himself up in a friendly pitcher's count to start off once again. Haven't seen much horizontal break here. We'll see what he throws. That one right down the middle as well. Can't quite barrel it up. Just out of time is Clayton Keys.
Well, and Clayton Keys, 9th game of the season, played for the Hamilton Cardinals a couple of years ago. Former two-time MLB draft pick, was drafted by the Blue Jays back in 2016 in the 17th round. Opted to stay in school in Calgary, but drafted again a couple of, actually the next season. The Diamondbacks picked him up in the 15th round in 2017.
That ball chopped out towards Brody Black in right field. Can't quite track it down. One hops into his glove, and on base is Clayton Keys. A strikeout would have made it a very quick end at the top of the first.
Well, and I think right there you have Brody Black that's playing a little bit deeper in right field. It is a larger field here at Arnold Anderson Stadium. It is your home field, so it is. You should know the quadrants, if you will, but I think that's kind of a respect factor, knowing what Clayton Keys can do, the way he can turn on a ball. You know, that right there is just get the barrel to the baseball, and good job by Clayton Keys to get on base.
Here's Barrie's leader in RBIs, 21 on the season for Nolan Machabrota, hitting fourth today. Chops that one back foul, 0-1. Tristan Clark now in the batter's circle, should his services be needed. Machabrota, 348 on the season, 21 RBIs, 3 home runs, and a 15 walk to 25 strikeout ratio. Pickoff attempt, bit of a lazy throw. It doesn't quite get there in time, and Clayton Keys will remain on first.
Well, Machabrota, it's kind of one of those, try to prove yourself kind of seasons here. Getting signed by the Ottawa Titans back in February, getting later, sent back down here to the Barrie Baycats organization where he's got very, very much familiarity.
Ball popped up. Watt's got a chance at it towards the dugout, hits the top of the clubhouse, and goes out of play. Still 0-2.
But yeah, going back to my point, I mean, Machabrota coming into this season, just looking for something to prove. Into his 24th game here of the year, batting .348 on the season. Bat .331 a season ago, and he's really torn the tether off the baseball, if you will. Quite the lengthy hitting streak. Count them up: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 14 straight games with at least a hit for Nolan Machabrota.
That one will in the dirt, so will stay alive. First ball of the day for Jeremiah Suker. And yeah, Machabrota, you're talking about a guy that, that fourth spot, obviously, usually the power upside position, a guy you want to bring some runners home. When you're on a 14-game hitting streak, you're in that fourth spot. That should tell you just how dangerous this Baycats lineup could prove today.
And he's got a handful of doubles in there, only 2 home runs. So you know that he's just going to put the barrel to the bat, get it in play, get it into shallow left, get it into shallow right, just get on base and count on the guys behind you to kind of circle the wagons, if you will, and drive you home. That's the kind of player that he is.
So here's the 2-2, a strike him out chant among the kids here at Arnold Anderson Stadium. Let's see if Suker complies. No, down in the dirt, full count. It was an 0-2 count, and, Machabrota's brought it all the way back the other way.
And even go back to the games that he has played against the Red Sox this season, both of them part of this hitting streak. 2 for 4 on June 12th as part of that close 8-6 Barrie Baycats win, and then follows that up going 1 for 4 on June 28th.
What a movement from the runner. He'll find his way back as that one in the dirt for ball 4. First base on balls today for Suker. Tristan Clark will come up now with runners on first and second.
And this is a guy that's really impressed me here in Tristan Clark. More importantly, to the ability that he has with the bat, and just being able to get on base here, batting .326 on the season. Really no more for his defense. An everyday left fielder. I was impressed by a robbery of a home run I saw in Kitchener a few weeks back.
First one just inside the outside corner of the zone. 0-1 now the count. And Tristan Clark, one of the many starters for the north side in the IBL All-Star Game in 2025. Congrats to him on being an All-Star starter.
Very well deserved.
Here comes the 0-1. Runners on first and second. Taking a long look at second. That one right down Main Street. A little bit off speed through the changeup. Fooled Clark, and he's now down 0-2.
Yeah, and pushed him off the plate a little bit there. Tried to work a little bit more on the inside of the plate there with Sucre, and Clark just not swinging at that one. Didn't really have much of an angle.
6 home runs in the season for Clark. You want to keep it as far from that barrel as you can, the 0-2. That one chopped right over the head of the both infielders. That's going to one-hop to Paulos, who throws it in with an absolute cannon. Gets to Watt. The runners don't go to load the bases. I think that one had a chance, Mark. Had he run on it, Watt might have got him there.
I think so. Well, that throw from Paulos, though, that was a dart.
That was a howitzer. Yeah. Well,
he recognized it because, he was a little bit closer to the infield than the actual outfield and still was able to keep that ball away from him. Call it the no double defense, if you will. But it stayed in front of him and immediately into the glove, into the hand, and just a dart home, just recognizing that Clayton Keys was thinking about it.
Here's the first pitch to Garcia. That pitch goes wild. Run will come in. Another runner advances. Both will, the second and third, and this has killed us all season, Mark. We had 4 wild pitches score runs in a game earlier on this season. This is what you don't want to see if you're Jeremiah Sucre.
It's just mistakes that cannot happen. Plain and simple.
So Clayton Keys will come in. Tristan Clark now on second. Macabrota, after his walk earlier this inning, now on third. Sucre still 2 outs. He's got time to make it out. Willie Garcia, the DH. Talked a little bit about him earlier, did we, Mark? His threat there lower in the lineup. First pitch here. That one just finds the bottom of the zone. Strike one, and he started off a number of these ABs with a strike, but they've all gone back the other way.
Well, and the reason why I picked him is because he was the catalyst for that 12-1 victory over the Red Sox on June 28th. 4 for 5, 3 singles and a double in that one. Just the 1 RBI, but just consistent hitting here from Willie Garcia.
That one a little too low. Watt tried to frame it up off the outside corner, but it's too low. That should be ball 1 here. Remember, runners on second and third after that wild pitch scored Clayton Keys. 1-0 the Baycats lead. All right, down the middle. That one well struck out towards Brody Black. 1 run will come in. The second should come around. Here comes Tristan Clark, 3rd run of the game, and the opening inning for the Baycats. Black made a good angle on it, threw it back in quick, but this is what I was talking about here, Mark. The last thing the Brantford Red Sox want in a game against such a talented, momentum-based offense is to give up 3 runs in the first.
Yeah, this right here is, one of those innings that can just be an absolute killer. You got to limit these innings, and limit the damage. That's got to be the thing that is above inside the locker room, is limit the damage. You can't have these big innings. It has killed too many teams in this league.
That one well struck, but up in the air. Right up and over the head of Brody Black, who should get under it. Yes, he will. Retires the side, but it was a couple batters too late. Noah Hull pops up to end the top of the first inning.
Up to the top of the first, the Barrie Baycats, 1 walk, 3 hits.
So 3-0 your lead in the very first inning here as the Barrie Baycats take the trip to face the Brantford Red Sox and pick up 3 quick runs in the first inning on 4 hits. We'll now see the Brantford offense for the first time today. We'll introduce you to them in just a moment. And that defense there for the Barrie Baycats, that'll be something to watch. I will admit I'm not as familiar with their defensive formation. Make sure that we have one on screen. It's going to be our older version, so we will see if we can get the new one pulled up. We should have a fancy new starting lineup graphic, and there's a lot going on here in the media space for the Brantford Red Sox. We also have a new show coming out this week on Rogers TV. I'm very excited to announce. We'll talk more about it on Sunday, as Rogers TV will be covering that home effort against Hamilton. But I had the pleasure today to sit down and talk with Chris Ortega, our representative, our only representative on the All-Star starting roster. Today he's playing third base. He's been great defensively wherever he's been this year. He's been killer with the bat, and he had that huge game-tying home run the other day. And that game against the Cardinals, the most recent Red Sox win at this point. So congrats to Chris Ortega. Really excited for you all to see that episode. Should be going live on Rogers TV and Date and Date on YouTube here on the Brantford Red Sox IBL channel. That should be Monday. That's the Brantford Red Sox Report, a new show that I had the pleasure to cover with Ortega.
And you call me busy.
Well, come on. Mark, my experience today, ladies and gentlemen, asked Mark to do this game, and then he goes out later that night, calls the no-hitter, and then this morning, you're the man calling out the All-Star rosters. Like, you're just everywhere here in the IBL. I got a long way to catch up.
I will admit the All-Star Showdown stuff, that was pre-recorded, so I didn't have to wake up after the no-no and step right onto television. I have a day job, Marshall.
I just got out of university. I got time. This is my thing right now, but once I got one, you'll have to teach me a little bit about schedule balancing. Frank Garces getting ready. He's warming up on the mound. What do you got for us, Mark? One of the best in the league, you've been saying it. 70 strikeouts to, I believe, 9 walks. There's a ratio for you.
He is El Fuego when he is absolutely cooking, and he has been cooking all season long. You know, one of the best in terms of ERA among qualifying pitchers, 5th in the IBL with a 3.27 ERA. That league-leading 70 strikeouts. And again, you measure those 70 strikeouts to just 9 walks, which you'd think is fantastic when you have that kind of ratio. I find that's actually quite high when you think about Frank Garces. When you look at the last few seasons, he had just 11 walks issued all of last season. You even go back to the summer of 2023, probably one of his best seasons, although I think every season has been fantastic for him. 2023, just 4 walks issued all year with 83 strikeouts. So the walks have kind of picked up a little bit here for Frank, but still the same old Frank Garces, plain and simple. And another guy that will just consistently get you strikeout after strikeout after strikeout. His season low is 6. 6 strikeouts.
That is unbelievable. Here is a guy that is going to make him work for those strikeouts. Ren Takioka leads us off here for the Brantford Red Sox offense, hitting .437 this season. Top of the league in that stat. That first one just off the outside corner, picks his spot perfectly. Takioka down 0-1. And Takioka, I'll tell you right now, Mark, you will be surprised the at-bats he manages to turn into a walk as here he comes, running to first. Beautiful bunt. He is out. Perfect throw there from the infield. Takioka got a great jump there. It was a perfectly placed bunt and still not quite in time.
And that was close. I mean, Mike Guthrow was in good position. That was a very 50-50 play over at first base. Good drop bunt there from Ren Takioka. There's a reason why he drops those bunts, ladies and gentlemen. The guy is fast. He is like Sonic the Hedgehog going down that first base line and, just could not beat out the throw.
First one in for a strike on our second batter of the Brantford offense. Ethan Paulos has led off most of this season. This is the first game I can remember in the last 10 that he is not in that one spot. That one down the zone as well. Quick 0-2 against Paulos, who at this point is hitting .289 on the year. That one chopped out over the head of the third baseman. Will come down in the gap between third and left field. Will take the stop sign at first base. Nice little blooper hit in there for Ethan Paulos. He'll get Brantford on the board early with a hit.
And it took a bit of an Arnold Anderson Stadium bounce just in shallow left field there as the ball actually rolled into foul territory after it dropped fair. So guys had to chase after it a little bit more there, but Ethan Paulos recognizing the situation, sees the coach, sees the stop sign, and says, all right, I'll take the single.
Runner on first. Big swing and a miss on the first ball given to Cassidy Watt. One of the best back catches in the league, as I've talked about his value on defense, but he has got some pop in that bat. Today he hits third, I believe, the first time this season. Big responsibility comes with that.
Batting just .222, but second on the team with 16 RBIs. So when he is up to bat and he is swinging and he's putting a connection to the baseball, more often than not, there's a man on base and he's driving them home.
2 quick strikes on the ledger here to Cassidy Watt. Remember, Ethan Palos now on first base. That one chopped, just finds its way in the dirt. They'll stay alive with a ground ball.
Well, it should be interesting to note here, too. Cassidy Watt actually leads the team with a .500 average when hitting against lefties. He's 6 for 12 against left-handed pitchers, but Frank Garces is no ordinary lefty.
That one wide off the plate. A road fan here in attendance thought that was a strike. Home plate umpire said otherwise.
Now, home plate umpire tonight is Joel Goom. Mike Guthrow is working over at first base, and Trevor Stoyko is the third base umpire, though he is just pretty much over there at second base right now with the guy on first.
A 1-2, swing and a miss. First punch out of the day for Frank Garces.
And that's no surprise right there. I mean, Cassidy Watt going chasing after that baseball. A little bit lower of the location there from Frank Garces. Cassidy Watt looked at it, he committed to it, but just could not get connection.
Here he comes, the big man with the big bat, Christian Ortega, hitting in that 4 spot today. Had the pleasure of speaking to him just a few hours ago. He's great on the mic. He's as good on the mic as he is with the bat. I will tell you that. He's got a runner on first in front of him. Garces puts it down Main Street for strike 1.
And he's going to challenge you all night with that fastball. You know, he's going to work the middle of the plate. He is not, especially in a ballpark like this where it is more to the advantage of the pitchers. He's not afraid of just throwing it down Main Street, and he's got the power to do it. Working at about a 95, 96 mile an hour fastball.
That ball chopped over to the shortstop. Here it comes. Throw to first could end the inning. And it will. Takes him out. Christian Ortega tried to leg it out as best he can. He's got some speed for a big first baseman, but no dice on that one. First inning will end with 1 hit on the board there for the Brantford Red Sox, but Brandon Hernandez makes a nice throw from the shortstop position to end the first. So 1 inning of work here down. We'll stay here through the break here as the Barrie Baycats, again, 13-10 coming into today. And I don't want to underinform about their storyline here because the seeding in the IBL is so close right now. And I think there are some teams, I think you would agree with me, Mark, that maybe could fall below the 4, 5, 6 spot there in the order for the IBL standings that you want to avoid there at the top of the order. So the seeding is going to be important for those top teams.
Well, and especially the next few weeks, it is going to be crucial for all of these teams that are kind of in that that 3rd to even the 7th spot. I mean, when you look at the London Majors, they're 14-10. There's only a 4-point gap, a 4-game gap between them and the Guelph Royals, who are in 7th. You know, you extend that to 5.5 with the Kitchener Panthers in there as well. Oh, there's going to be some teams to watch, in particular the Guelph Royals, who have a former IBL MVP coming in to their lineup in the next week or so in Claudio Custodio. All of these teams are going to be making adjustments. Right now is the time of season where you're going to notice all of these teams just seeing what they have, just recognizing, okay, here's the gap that I need to fill with this guy. Here's the position that we might be a little bit weaker in. Okay, maybe this guy's going back to school before the playoffs. Okay, we need to shore up the catching position or the infield position because we have a whole, whack of young guys that aren't going to be around when the going gets tough in the playoffs because they got to go back to school. This is the point in time where you figure out what you have, what you're going to have, and through that, you're going to be seeing a whole lot of transactions in the next couple of weeks. So where the standings are right now, throw them out. They're going to be completely different, barring a couple of teams perhaps at the top because Welland is just going to Welland because that's what they do. But for the most part, it's anybody's race, especially for those last two spots for home field advantage in the first round of the playoffs.
First strike to open up the AB here for Jeremiah Suker. Saw a lot of that in the first inning. Just got to follow through on this at-bat here. And it's Tyler Plumpton hitting in the 8th spot today for the Barrie Baycats. That's how you know they had a good first inning. The 0-1 will turn into a 1-1. That one wide off the plate. And plenty of players on this Barrie Baycats team. Going to be reserves for the All-Star game. We'll talk a little bit later about the 2 Brantford representatives, but the 3 that are not Chris Ortega. That one well struck out towards center field. Paolo should be able to settle right under it. actually undersold it a little bit, had to take a half step back, but he'll make the catch to retire the first batter.
Well, and again, just good positioning there from Paulos. Even though he had to take a couple of steps, just recognizing, and that's also recognizing, the pitcher and knowing, the kind of contact that you're going to get. And that's why you have those strategic sessions to realize, okay, if you're a fly ball pitcher, you need to be ready as the outfielder because more often than not, that baseball's coming to you. So just be in the right position at the right time.
A baseball chop back foul by the number 9 man, the final man in the order today for the Barrie Baycats, Alex Wickett, the second baseman, finds himself down 0-1 after the foul ball.
Tiny Ontario native. Just finished a sophomore year at Marshalltown in the NJCAA Division II school.
The 0-1, that one well wide. Watt does a good job to get that one in the glove. 1-1 the count.
And he's also part of this, this youth movement here for the Barrie Baycats. Obviously, they have their 22U program that just started up this season. So now they have, an embarrassment of riches where they can, dip into that local youth team to bring up guys on any given night for road trips like this.
Well, that one going to go down as ball 2 for Suker. Honestly, not sure which way off the plate that one missed, but either way, Alex Wickett now finds himself in a 2-1 count. No runners on base, 1 out in the inning. Already sitting at 27 pitches for the day. Out one as well, going to get a shake of the head from the home plate umpire. So 3-1 now the count. 28 pitches. You had that gold number for the game, Mark. 28 through 1 1/3 innings. It's a little high.
It is a little high, and that last pitch was a little bit high as well. Trying to pull it in there was Watt, but just didn't get the call.
That one, the low off the inside. Watt tried to do a good job framing it, but 3 close pitches all go the way of the batter. And Alex Wickett will take the free pass to first base.
On 20 pitches through the first inning, that's going to be enough because, again, just looking at the math, you do 20 pitches per inning, you're up to 100 by the 5th inning.
Here's Noel McGarry-Doyle up for the second time today. Grounded out to open the game in the first inning. Comes back here in the second. Wickett now on first base. First pitch from Suker. That one chopped lightly over towards the first base line. I think it goes fair. It will. Came so close. I think it fooled the first baseman Torreson, but the runners will split the difference. Runners on the corners now as Wickett will advance to third on the McGarry-Doyle chop single right over the head of the first baseman.
Well, and that's a fortuitous bounce right there. That one actually hit the chalk as it went over the first base line, and good positioning there from Mike Guthrow to recognize where that ball landed. Sometimes you kind of need that tennis-like technology.
Line spotting skill.
Yeah. Does it land on the chalk? Well, right there, especially in these parts here, you kind of see a little bit of that blowing from the chalk once it's made contact with. I saw a little bit there, so that kind of indicates that the ball did touch the chalk, and thus it's a fair ball.
Here's Brandon Hernandez up at the second time today. Struck out in the first inning. That one will go inside on the far corner. Strike one there to Hernandez. And runners on the corners in front of him. Didn't have any runners in scoring position last time up in the first. He'll find them this time.
Good location there on that last pitch. Took a little bit off of it, did Suker, and just located it properly. Sometimes you need to take a little bit off the pitch to get the location right.
Here's the 0-1. That one swung right past the face of Lucas Bateman. 1 run will come in to score. Black, the quick outlet throw to third. Can he gun him down? No. Ball goes wild. I think it hit the batter. Goes by. The runner will hold his place. And that is Brandon Hernandez with the double to score an RBI. It's Alex Wickett that'll come in to score there.
Just challenged him, and Hernandez ends up, becoming the benefactor of just a good hard hit ball and just having that gap right into right center, and easily scoring from second base is Alex Wickett.
And here comes the infield to congregate. First mound visit of the game for the Brantford Red Sox, and it's going to be Jeremiah Suker checking in, trying to get his head straight, trying to get back in this one, but 4 outs recorded, 4 runs put up on the board. Suker's going to need to find himself, and he's not out of the woods for a long time. A lot of dangerous hitters coming up next in the order.
Well, and this is where you kind of recognize that things are starting to get away from you in the very early going. A mound visit just in the second inning alone, that doesn't bode well for you.
I mean, often 32 pitches, how many he's thrown to this point, will bring you all the way to the 4th. This time it's got him 1 1/3 innings in on his night so far. Up to bat here, Clayton Keys. Single later scored in the first inning. That one wide and low. Again, Watt does a good job trying to get it there, but he won't fool the home plate umpire.
As mentioned, drafted not once but twice in the MLB, but also a former Canadian junior national team member, was actually teammates with Welland's Ben Abram with that junior national team.
That one chopped right past the shortstop. Lefebvre will get there, get a glove on it, tries the throw to first. Not in time, wide off the mark and wild. Here comes the runner. Runner will score. Noel McGarry-Doyle in for his first time today. 5-0 now the lead for the Baycats.
Well, Keys was making there the whole way, so I'd imagine that that's going to turn into a single. But, right there, when you're trying to establish yourself as the everyday shortstop right there, if you're Lucas Lefebvre, you see Keys going down hard down the line, and the position you're in, just don't make that throw.
Yeah, forcing it. I think, the pressure has to go in the infield, and you've had a couple plays that are close, and especially the wild pitches. Everybody feels like they're trying to make up for everybody. I appreciate that infield leadership, and we've seen it all year, but when guys get, I don't want to say an ego, but get perhaps a tad overconfident and making those little plays, that's when games that are rough defensively really get out of hand. Here's Macabrota up to bat. Walked, later scored in the first inning. That one in for strike one on the outside of Macabrona's range. 0-1 here.
If I'm Sucre, I might want to live on that outside edge.
Yeah.
He's been getting a whole lot of calls on that outside.
It's the unfortunate balance. You're trying to keep the pitch count low. You're trying to speed these ABs up, pitch to contact, but contact has been getting barreled so far by the Baycats. That one sent foul. Usually we have a cameraman out there. Luckily, nobody in the bullpen either, as that one was absolutely blasted. But at least it's an 0-2. Sucre finds himself with a chance to get the count going back his way. Remember, we got Clayton Keys there on first.
Well, just trying to keep that hitting streak alive is Macabrota. So if you're going to challenge him, don't put it down the heart of the plate.
That one fouled up and out towards third base. Chris Ortega thinks better of it. He'll find his way back. The count remains 0-2.
Yeah, like I said, nothing down the heart of the plate here. If you're going to do off speed, try to go down low. Maybe try to get him to swing over top of it. And again, maybe go to the outside a little bit more.
Macabrota looking at an 0-2. Small lead for Keys. No call there from the ump. It's been a very hitter-friendly zone so far to this point. Constricted sides, but even that one was a tad too low for the small zone.
Yeah, dropped it down there, and again, just trying to get that swing.
Here's the 1-2. That one chopped back out towards the third base line. This time, going to head into the cloud of kids here today, visiting for the Brantford Red Sox. About 15 kids, an entire baseball side going out to get that one.
You guys trading baseballs for freezies here too, or?
I wish. I'd be out in the parking lot trying to find them post game. Love me.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
When the weather's 33 degrees, I'll take him where I can find him. The 1-2. That one chopped foul the other way. And one thing I will say, I've loved to see the fans kind of learning from the cars been getting hit out on our first base line. By my count, 3 different vehicles have had a ball through the front or back windshield. Luckily, nobody out there in that area today.
Yeah, when you're parking here at Arnold Anderson Stadium, you park far away.
You park on the street or you park in the back lot with the youth field. That's a pro tip for those coming here for reverse tariff season. Here's the 1-2 to Macabrota. That one well wide off the plate. Watt set up wide, went right to him, but he was too wide. 2-2.
I think Sucre's listening to me here a little bit. He's not living down the heart of the zone, down the heart of the plate. Working the quadrants, working the outside where he's been getting the calls, and working the inside, too, to try to take away the power from Macabrota. But Macabrota's been wasting a lot of pitches. Pitch number 8 incoming of this at-bat.
That one outside off the plate, another full count, and that was number 41 for Jeremiah Sucre. A long AB, third full count Sucre's faced today. Both the other two resulted in balls. We'll see what he does here. You talk about that hitting streak for Macabrota, but he's about to get something very hittable here. That one chopped right past the pitcher. I jinxed that one as Ethan Powis will settle right behind it. Quick throw in. They're doing a good job limiting the base runners advancing further. But runners now on first and second as Macabrota gets that hit.
To the Baycats, number 6.
Yeah, that 348 average is going to go way up and make it 15 straight games with a hit for Nolan Macabrota. Just sensational.
Here comes the manager. That's 4 straight hits coming off a walk to open up the second inning here. Sucre's day is going to be done. As here comes some relief out of the bullpen. The bullpen game going to start much earlier than they'd anticipated. Already 42 pitches for Sucre. As the crowd giving him a show of respect, round of applause. And this is one of the last things you want to see, Mark. Guy coming out this early.
Just a short outing here for Jeremiah Sucre. And, it had to be done. 6-0. And, the Barrie Baycats figured him out very early on. And, well, they just knew at some point there was going to be a juicy meatball going over the heart of the plate. And sure enough there, you saw Macabrota on that last swing where he noticed that he was working the quadrants. But the way that Macabrota shortened up his swing, recognizing that it was going to be inside, was able to pull back out of the off the plate a little bit more. And again, it's just getting barrel to baseball. That's just how he's been able to get these hits, recognizing the situation and just playing the pitcher. And he did a great job on that last one, and that ends up spelling the day for Jeremiah Sucre.
Well, I insinuated earlier, Mark, that a short day for our starting pitcher could result in maybe using some of those back of the bullpen options later in the game. Clearly that's not the case, because Colby Klepper now up here out of the bullpen, number 16, by way of South Dakota State University. Prior to coming to the Brantford Red Sox, Klepper's been one of our best this year. Doesn't quite have the pop, doesn't have the pizzazz of a De La Cruz, of a De Los Santos, won't rack up those strikeout numbers, but Klepper's been consistent, especially in late game situations. This the earliest I've ever seen him come in.
3.54 ERA, his 13th appearance of the season. 1-4 on the year. His last appearance just faced 6 batters against the Welland Jackfish about a week ago. Just 2 hits, 2 runs, one of them earned. Really keeps those hits and those runs down whenever he has come in. He has been very consistent. There was a stretch of 3 games there against Welland, a couple of games against Kitchener where, he had a little bit more length out of him, multiple innings of work, and just going scoreless throughout. When he gets cooking, I wouldn't mind to see him maybe go 3 innings here to try to shore up, Jeremiah Sucre going out so early on, because again, you still got a big weekend ahead of you. You still got 2 more games after this going into Saturday and Sunday. You can't eat up your entire bullpen by the time you have to play these guys again tomorrow afternoon and then against the Hamilton Cardinals, who in the last 2 games have scored 30 runs.
Well, here's a less than favorable matchup to start off his new day. Tristan Clark, all-star starter, the first man he faces. Runners on first and second. That one struck out towards Paulos. That one's got air under it. Don't think it'll travel much further than Black. He makes the catch underneath it. Nice quick throw to the cutoff man there. Lefebvre gets that one, and the runners will halt their progress. Runners at first and second on the fly out from Clark.
I thought Lefebvre was going to toss that one from the glove itself over to Bateman to try to get the guy at second.
Would have come close, but the base runner did a nice job there. Hernandez didn't give him too much, or pardon me, Clayton Keys didn't give him too much to work with there. And here's an angle you can look at this game from if you are the pitcher here, if you're Colby Klepper, is Aiden Armitage, who's now an all-star reserve. He started off this year. He was a surefire relief arm. He was a guy that was going to come out in relief, maybe some long relief. First pitch in there right down the middle, 0-1. But I think there was a little bit of discussion about, all right, he has potential as a long reliever. Maybe that's his ceiling. And then by the 3rd game of the year, he was starting, and now he's an all-star reserve as a starter. He's been incredible. Colby Klepper, I know, has started in his background. Here's a good opportunity to prove to the team you can do long innings.
Well, and the thing is, if you're coming into the season as kind of that long reliever, if you're counted upon, it's a lot easier to transition a long reliever into a starter than a guy that's maybe going to go 1 inning, 2 innings, because the training is just so much different, because there is kind of a conditioning that goes along with it.
Big swing and a miss there on that one from Lily Garcia. Garcia had a single in the first inning, scored 2 runs off of it. And a big swing and a miss there from Klepper. And one of the things with Colby that'll throw a lot of batters off is that wide release point, that back to the first base approach, real wide stance, and then that release point. When he gets horizontal movement across the plate on righties, it is deadly. The 1-2 to Garcia. That one inside on the hands. Thought that looked close to the plate, but it'll say it was just inside. 2-2.
Well, and that extra half second because of that release point, you only have so much time as a batter to recognize what type of pitch it is. How fast is it coming in before you think, okay, do I swing at this? Do I not swing at this?
That one wild pitch, wild off the outside. Runners will advance. Second and third wild pitch of the day through only 2 innings for the Red Sox.
It can really mess up your timing, but at the same time here too, Klepper's got to find the strike zone. They need him to throw strikes here.
So runners now on second and third. That's Keys on third, Macabroda on second. Willie Garcia looking at a 3-2 count here. All 3 full counts from earlier today went the way of base on balls. See what Klepper does here. Right down the middle, sits him down. Willie Garcia was taking the free walk, and the home plate umpire said, sit your butt down on the bench. Strikeout for Colby Klepper's first inning in relief.
And Willie Garcia, you saw the expression from him. He could not believe it, but a very emphatic punch-out from Joel Goom to end the inning there. But as we go into the bottom half of the second inning here, Marshall, this is where you need to start figuring out Frank Garces. I said that a lot last night with Owen Boone, where you have to start figuring out the pitch sequencing, everything that goes into what the delivery is coming in here with. But it's already a 6-0 deficit. It's not. If we were talking that this is the 7th or 8th inning, maybe you start thinking, okay, let's get some momentum going into the next game. It's only the second inning right now.
Right.
It's still anybody's game, and we've seen this Red Sox team come back from worse before.
Yes, we have. We'll get your starting lineup up for you here for the Brantford Red Sox. We've already seen some of them. We've seen part of that team. Here's the order you'll be seeing for the next inning. Brody Black and Jeremy Veilleux in the 5 and 6 spot. Matty Torsen moves down the lineup, backed up by Bateman and Lucas Lefebvre in the 7, 8, 9 spot. You're led off. We already saw them. Ren Takioka, Ethan Palos, Cassidy Watt, and Christian Ortega, your top 4 in the order. And again, Ortega, first guest of the all-new Brantford Red Sox Report. Tune in Monday night. You'll see that on Rogers TV if you have Channel 20. Otherwise, it'll be reposted to YouTube just after. Really great interview there from our only all-star starter here for the Brantford Red Sox, but a well-deserving one. And I believe he had the biggest gap of any position in terms of the vote. I think he had over 400 votes over another very talented player, Grayson Barrett, out there in Welland. To beat a top guy like that makes your all-star vote even sweeter.
I think people just didn't want to vote in, the entire Welland Jackfish roster.
Hey, whoa, come on.
With all due respect, although Christian Ortega, well deserving of the honor, I will say that. Grayson Barrett, a phenomenal, bat as well for the Welland Jackfish. He deserved the votes, no doubt.
In terms of deserving vote getters, I think if I had any less Welland Jackfish on my media ballot, they would take it away. Because they have just had so many players this year. If you don't have 5 or 6 guys in consideration.
Well, they've got 10 on the ballot right now, like 10 guys that are going to the All-Star Showdown in Hamilton.
It's going to look like a road game for the Welland Jackfish fans out there in Hamilton on July 20th. First pitch into Brody Black. Wide outside for the ball. That one wide outside as well for Garces, who's trying to pick a spot on the outside of the plate. Hasn't found it yet. Brody Black's got some pop in that bat. Quick turnaround. That one chopped right past the second baseman. Gets down to the center fielder. Brody Black, a stand-up single to lead off the second.
Good job there by Black, recognizing the pitch and just knowing that it's going right into his power zone and, not worrying about the power. And I think that's what kind of goes to these guys' heads sometimes is, a lot of the times, especially in a lopsided score, you want to swing for the fences. You want to get those home runs. You want to get those runs on quickly. But most of the time when we've seen these comebacks, it's, longer innings, and it's just been, single after double after single after single after single and so forth.
That one low in the dirt there from Garces. Just hasn't quite had the pitch placement that he had in the first inning early here in the second. Black now on first, and here's Jeremy Veilleux, a gentleman who is starting to get designated hitter appearances on the regular where at the start of the season we thought he'd be the guy for the Red Sox. Hasn't quite had the year he was hoping for. That one chopped right to the third baseman. Into the double play. Double play off the bat of Jeremy Veilleux, and well, Garces has looked a little bit questionable, a little bit suspicious through the start of the second inning, and his infield does him a solid.
Well, and that's a good infield. I mean, Noah Hull over there at third base, very quickly just recognizes the baseball and just a very hard thrower over at third. They get into position. They work this all the time. Just very clinical 5-4-3 double play.
Here's Matt Torsen hitting in the 7th spot today. He's come up big in a number of spots this year. That huge, well, it became the game-winning home run in our Father's Day effort earlier on this season. He's had some big moments today. Hitting in the 7th spot, has moved down the order a little bit. That one looked relatively right horizontally. Must have been off vertically. Ball 2-0. Now the count to Torsen. That one a big swing and a miss for number 27. 2-1 now the count to Matt. Frank Garces, that was his 17th pitch. Already retired 5 batters today. That one chopped out towards second base. Over the head of the second baseman. Brings it down. Second hit of the inning. The last base runner was retired on the ground ball double play. Matt Torsen puts himself right back in his spot.
And this is just really good for the confidence of the Grimsby, Ontario native. Second year in the Intercounty Baseball League. Just get some height out of it. Just get it over the head of Wicket over there at second base. Just a hard hit baseball. Get it into shallow right. Get on base.
Tyler Plumpton, Frank Garces got to find something they had in the first inning again. That one popped straight up in the air. Could end the inning, but Tyler Plumpton, the back catch, not even going to go for it. Over his head. So now at the plate, here's Lucas Bateman, a gentleman who has been literally all over the order this season. Was leading off earlier in the campaign. Has cooled off a little bit from his hot start. That one right in on the hands. Going to chalk it up as strike 2. 0-2 now the count to Bateman. Bateman hitting .279 here on the season. 8 walks, 8 RBIs to go with 10 strikeouts for number 29. The 0-2 right back to the pitcher. What a snag by Garces. Bateman won't even run on it. Frank Garces, he can do it everywhere. That'll end the bottom of the second as Bateman. That is the unluckiest hit ball since a couple pitches before when Veilleux had that double play.
Well, in that second to last pitch of the inning, catching Bateman coming inside for a strike looking, that's a 50-50 ball, and I think that's the home plate umpire, Joel Gooms, setting the tone, whether it's just setting the establishment of the strike zone or just establishing the fact that Bateman, hey, you might be a little bit over the plate, kid. Maybe you want to push off a little bit more because this is where the strike zone's going to be all night, and you got to make sure you're ready because I'm going to be calling that all night.
Well, we had a little bit extra pregame show, which means we're going to take a quick break here live from the middle of the second inning, heading into the top of the third. We'll get you ready for more Brantford Red Sox IBL Baseball in just a moment. Stay with us.
That's number 28.
And welcome back as the stun continues to set here live at Arnold Anderson Stadium in Brantford, Ontario. We're back for the top of the third inning of action. Colby Klepper is coming in relief earlier in the second inning to relieve Jeremiah Sucre. And that's a pitch well hit over the head of the second baseman. Bateman with the big hop to go try to get up and get it. But no dice. Noah Hull now on first base. The third baseman's got his first hit of the day with a leadoff single.
Felt like Hull traveled with that baseball, just connecting with it and immediately taking off and just recognizing that Bateman, it's just going to get over his head, gets over to first safely. Almost felt like an Ichiro type of swing.
Yeah. Too. Yeah, Lucas Bateman there. The hops on that guy, man. He's got an alternate future in basketball if ever he decides to shy away from the IBL. He really gets up there for those attempts at an infield catch. Runner now on first. Here's Tyler Plumpton. First one down the middle. Strike one to Plumpton. Plumpton will be followed up by Alex Wickett, and then that'll be two full go-throughs of the Barrie offense.
Crazy to think, Bateman's just 5'10".
Yeah. Yeah, he's somehow one of the smaller guys on this team, which is speaks to the size. That one chopped off and fouled out. 0-2, and I mean, the guy that's always my standout is, I can see him on the bench right now. Whenever the entire dugout's together, Nikolai Arbach, 6'9", 185. He stands out like a tree in a parking lot. He is truly a different perspective on this team, and it's why he's so fun to watch on the mound. 0-2 here to Tyler Plumpton. Klepper, the man dealing. That one gets him right on the numbers in the back. Runners will advance, and Colby Klepper was up 0-2, and that gets wiped away on the HBP.
It's just controlling the baseball. Colby Klepper just couldn't do it right there, and now with two runners aboard and down to the number 9 hitter, you got to at least get the one out here on Alex Wickett. You do not want to go to the top of the order for the third time out. Nobody out with runners on base, because it's just going to get from bad to worse.
That one fouled off towards the third base side, 0-1. And the only batter in this Barrie offense that hasn't hit in back-to-back innings so far is Noah Hull, and that is not a stat you want if you're a pitching staff through 3 innings.
Well, and right here, if you get the one out here on Wickett, at the very least, you can turn a double play and just get out of the inning unscathed. But you have to get this out.
That one, once again, chopped foul off to the third base side. At least he's got him up 0-2. In a moment, we could see McGarry, Doyle, and Hernandez for the third consecutive inning to open up today's ball game. If you're a roadside like Barrie, this is why myself and other road commentators around the league will hype your team up as more than their record, because when the Barrie Baycats get going, you see that recent championship form come out, and a lot of relief pitchers. You got to be on your stuff to challenge even the latest hitters in the lineup, as we see Wickett here.
Well, it's such a good culture there in Barrie. I hear it all the time, just the guys that are in that locker room.
Just singing a little bit too wide, 1-2.
Just singing the praises of every guy behind them. And, you know, it comes down to the coaching, and Josh Matlow is one of the best to do it. And, you know, he really provides a lot of that positive culture. And, you know, it's contagious, and he brings in some quality baseball players because of it.
1-2. Low in the dirt. Watt does a good job blocking that one. 2-2 now the count. These early pitcher-friendly 0-2s, they keep creeping back the other way, Mark. If I'm Klepper, I want to end this one now.
Yeah, you got an 0-2, you got to smell blood. And you got to strike.
Here's the 2-2. That one fouled up, or sent up and out towards the shortstop side. Lucas Lefebvre gets under it. First out of the inning.
That is absolutely what you needed there for the Brantford Red Sox. More importantly, you are able to keep guys on first and second. Get a ground ball, get a double play, you get out of it.
On the well, McGarry Doyle back up for his third consecutive inning as we're back to the top of the Barrie offense. Grounded out in the first, singled, later scored in the second. Runners on first and second. McGarry Doyle fouls that one straight back at the post. A couple kids here in the audience. A very young crowd here today at Arnold Anderson. A couple people spooked by that one.
They got to learn the stoicness of Blue Jays Nona. It's all about being centered.
0-1 here, the count to McGarry Doyle. Got Hull and Plumpton on second and first, respectively. A one from Klepper. That one chopped right up and over the head of Klepper. Should go to Bateman if he can get a hand on it. Quick throw. Wild again. Goes wide of the plate. At least the runners will hold their marks. But now bases loaded for Colby Klepper. Second time we've seen it today.
Next from the Baycats, number 11.
So you generate a ground ball. That's good. But the problem is, and we've seen this happen a couple of times tonight, where the ball is hit so hard that it's got such height underneath it that you have to wait for the baseball to come down. And I don't care if you got the hops like LeBron James, like Lucas Bateman. You have to wait for that ball to come down. By the time it's coming down, it's a very quick throw. You're not getting the double play out of it. You have to get the one out where you can. And by the time it comes down, the man's already on base.
Wild pitch. It'll be the second one to score today. Here comes Brandon Hernandez will remain on base. Here comes Noah Hall. Singled earlier on here in the third. Comes home for his first run of the day.
Oh, now it's a touchdown and an extra point. Or perhaps a rouge.
7-0 in baseball terms for those that aren't familiar with the CFL. Now the gap, the Barrie Baycats lead here in the early stages of this one. Runners advance. Second and third now is Plumpton and McGarry Doyle. Hernandez, here's the 1-0 from Klepper. That one a little bit low of the zone, says the home plate umpire, 2-0.
Got to get that one right at the knees. If you're going to challenge him low, maybe take a little bit off of it to get your accuracy a little bit better.
It's a small zone today, not giving the pitchers much to work with. The 2-0 chopped back and over our heads here. The Pagoda, 2-1 going to be the count. So Hernandez backed up by Clayton Keys, who, well, if you're Klepper, you're not getting much relief with Keys. 2 singles already on the day.
Brandon Hernandez, the Montreal, Quebec native. Of course, his brother Francisco also playing here on the Baycats team. Was a big addition.
Side 3-1.
Was a big addition for this Baycats team a season ago, and this is where I talk about that transaction deadline again. You pick up players like Brandon Hernandez, and if it wasn't for the play of Frank Garces, Brandon Hernandez is probably going to be playoff MVP last season. Picking up pieces like that late can make or break a team.
That one's in the dirt for ball 4. He'll reload the bases. Hernandez now a double, a walk, and a strikeout. His ledger through 3.
Next for the Baycats,
Here comes Clayton Keys. I just said it. 2 for 2, 2 singles and a run thus far on the day. Still no relief coming for Klepper behind in the order. Nolan Macabrota walk, later scored, then a single in the second. This is arguably the biggest pitch of the day for Klepper. This could determine the ball game. Big swing and a miss on the first pitch. 0-1 now.
Got a good cut underneath that one, did Clayton Keys, but just not making connection with the baseball there.
The Barrie hitters just look very confident that they're just worried about timing, not about placement, and they've timed him up so far to this point. The 0-1. Nice movement there to find the bottom corner. That one had a little bit of movement back towards the batter there.
Well, you even go back to that last inning where it was that second to last pitch of the inning with the Red Sox in. Joel Goom, very consistent. That placement there where that baseball goes, he's going to be calling that a strike every single time. He has really set a precedent here.
It's going to encourage the batters to take maybe a half step back. The 0-2, that one's wide and low. 1-2, and like we said, we've had those positive counts. If you're Colby Klepper, you can't keep seeing them creep back towards the batter.
Put a little bit more muster behind that pitch, did Klepper. Tried to find the bottom corner, but just missed. Not by much, though.
Here's the 1-2. That one wide off the plate again. 2-2 now the count.
Well, and the way you see it here, like he's working low here on Keys, just trying to take away the power and try to generate a double play here. Perhaps a slow roller right in front of the mound. Maybe get that force out at home, where if you don't get the double play, at least you prevent a runner from scoring.
The 2-2. Big swing and a miss. Put Klepper on the board with a strikeout. Sits down Clayton Keys, 2 for 2, now 2 for 3, as we welcome up Nolan Macabrota for his third cuts today.
Nolan Macabrota.
Walked, later ran. Got a run in the first inning and then a single in the second. Now 2 outs here in the inning. Base is still loaded for Klepper, but at least he's on the board there with his first K of the effort. First pitch wide for Macabrota, 1-0.
And just trying to work the quadrants there, trying to get the outside edge, but he did miss it, but maybe about half an inch. That's the responsibility of Watt, where if it's missing by that much, maybe pull it in a little bit more and try to fool the home plate umpire in thinking that's a strike.
That one wide off the outside of the plate, ball 2, and
nothing he can do about that one.
Watt can do a lot to frame. He can't do much with that. Even the best painters can't paint with ketchup. He needed a little more on that one. 2-0 here now, the count to Macabrota. Bases loaded. Nice power there. Nice power back past him. 1 run will score. A runner coming around. I don't think Powell's will get there in time. He'll try the throw to third, but the cutoff man won't even throw it. 2 runs come in to score on Macabrota's second hit of the day.
Just timed it up perfectly.
Next for the Baycats, number 6.
Nothing more you can really say about that one. That's just clinical platesmanship by Nolan Macabrota. And, again, getting the timing, not worried about power, just connect with the baseball, seize that gap, put it in there, drive a couple runners home. It's simple when you break it down. It's more difficult on application. But the Barrie Baycats have been doing it with the best of them in the IBL, especially in the last couple of weeks.
Tristan Clark 1 for 2 today. That one just going foul down the third base line. From what I'm seeing, no movement in the Brantford bullpen. Like we said, we were implying that likely going to need to see some long innings here from Colby Klepper. I think the bullpen's going to force him to do so.
I think at this point, too, again, you go back to the fact that these two teams will play again tomorrow. Brantford also plays on Sunday. Maybe you start to see some position players pitching in this game at some point if this game really gets out of hand.
Home plate umpire Tyson Goom will give a new ball to Cassidy Watt. Klepper will reset 1-1. So it's Macabrota and Hernandez on base. So is McGarry Doyle. That's, pardon me, McGarry Doyle, just the runner that just came in to score there a moment ago on the Macabrota single from a moment ago. 2-1 now the count to Clark. That one right down Main Street. It'll hit the pole behind home plate again. 2-2 now the count for Klepper. Has a chance at his second K of the inning. And what a big moment for it here, Mark. Runners on the corners. You're one big hit away from 12 in the runs column for the Baycats. This is where you gotta earn the big bucks.
3 words: limit the damage.
That one chopped just foul out towards the bullpen, where a new arm's starting to warm up here for the Brantford Red Sox. We'll get you an idea on them as soon as they come in the ball game. But Colby Klepper right now in the middle of his second inning of work. 4 outs retired to this point. But he's done so on 37 pitches. He's almost caught Sucra's total from his brief start today. Here's 2-2. I want a little bit of movement back towards the plate there. I think Clark, if that had gone straight, had the barrel on it because it cut a little bit back away from the plate. That'll fool him for another 2-2 pitch here.
Well, this is another way the Baycats can burn you, whether it's on the scoreboard or just, getting balls into play with, some soft contact singles or even some hard contact singles like we've seen here tonight. Extending these at-bats, getting those pitch counts up.
That one well wide off the plate. Great job by Cassidy Watt to glove that down. That was almost third wild pitch score of the day for the Baycats.
And by extending this at-bat and extending Colby Klepper's time, this is going to be the 8th pitch of this at-bat already. It's just another weapon in the arsenal of the Barrie Baycats. Location, location, location. If they don't like it, they're going to waste it. They're not afraid.
Full count, 2 outs. That one chopped off towards Lefebvre. Can he get a glove on it? Oh, he can't. Bit of a flip off the glove. Couldn't quite pinch it. The throw would have been a lot easier than the others, but he won't get the chance. should go down as an error for Lefebvre. I believe will likely be his first recorded on the season as a Brantford Red Sox.
And that's a tough spot there for Lucas Lefebvre. Already a lot of pressure on the kid, just knowing that Jose Venicio's in behind him, kind of chomping at the bit, wanting that position over there at shortstop, knowing that you want to play as perfect as you possibly can there in that position on defense. But, right there, it just hops up on him.
Wide off the plate again for Klepper. He's at a couple low in the dirt on the outside corner of the plate. 1-0 now the count. Runners on first and second.
But it's interesting to note, too, Marshall, where you think about the amount of errors that this Red Sox team has been charged with this year. Just 30. That's second in the Intercounty Baseball League, just behind Barrie with 25.
And that one in for the first strike of the AB. And the talking point's always going to be with Max Schmarter now off this roster. My point I always brought up with Brian Howley was, a run saved is a run earned. And some of those electric defensive plays by Schmarter, they were runs saved easily. And he would have an error here and there, but some of them were those chalked up errors where a guy's range is just so far that he'll get close to a ball that no other fielder would have had a chance at, that then goes down as an error. I know often scorers will try to be careful about stuff like that, but Schmarter was exceptional out there on defense. And if you're Lefebvre, you can't be reminding people of what was there at the position before you. Big swing and a miss there from Garcia. Willie Garcia finds himself at 2-2.
Well, last inning, the Barrie Baycats sent 8 to the dish. This is the 9th batter of this inning. So already a couple of lengthy innings here for the Baycats, and that provides a little bit of extra rest here for Garces, who has a massive cushion.
That one fouled off and back, just barely hits the fence on the first base line. And as two gentlemen who've scored these games live on commentary here, Mark, this is where it gets tough for us. You start running out of page space when a team goes through the order this much.
Well, that's why my book goes into 14, 15 innings. I can just scratch off numbers if it goes around the order a couple of times. I've had to do that a few times this year, including last night.
Big swing and a miss. Garcia sat down and off the top of the third, and Colby Klepper, well, he didn't get many favors, but when he did, it were all, coming off his arm. It was nice strikeouts, and I don't believe a single fielding out in that inning of 9 batters, which is just, it's one of those things that, I mean, you can speak to it perfectly after that game with Boone yesterday, where a lot of the time as a pitcher, the guys behind you are going to do a favor. You can put balls in good spots to go get them, but if your team behind isn't working with you to keep your pitch count low, it's a give and take. And if your team's not giving you on the defensive side, you can't take too much as a pitcher.
Well, again, as I alluded to, Boone just 6 strikeouts last night, relied a lot on that fly ball. He was very much, really counting on the Kitchener Panthers to get those fly balls into the outfield and relying on the outfield to make those catches. I add them up, just a handful of ground balls. The vast majority of those outs for the Panthers last night were fly balls. Initiating contact, but knowing where in the zone, more importantly, if you're the pitcher, to where to locate that pitch, that's so you can initiate those fly balls. If you know that the power's coming, take it out of the wheelhouse, dip it down a little bit, maybe take a little bit off the pitch, and that turns a hard hit ball into a fly ball that's sent 2 miles high, and that allows your defense to make a play.
Well, an announcement was just made here live in the park, and I want to congratulate Emmett Cooper, our bat boy here at the Brantford Red Sox organization. He will be at the All-Star game, got voted as a bat boy to represent the South Conference, and he is such a fun presence here on game days, pregame. He's always out there. He's such an active, does such a great job during the game, and he's not got one of the easier jobs here. He's got a tough job here in this ballpark, and he does a great job at it. And I got to say, the other day, Mark, he was out there in the batting cage, and I will say, it was a sloppy batting, BP day by both teams. The batting practice did not go as successfully as the other team would have liked. Guy had 8 pitches, hit all of them, put all of them in play. Emmett Cooper, our bat boy, he looks great every time he's out there in BP. Potentially the future of the IBL here for the Brantford Red Sox. Consider him the farm system. He's going to be good in 10 years.
Well, it's good to have him here just kind of taking in this experience, because more importantly, you kind of take in the day-to-day. You've realized what these guys go through on a day-to-day basis, whether it's they're coming into the ballpark a little bit earlier on. If they're a guy that's kind of a late arrival because he's coming in late from work. This is a working man's league, by the way. This is where you'll learn very early on, what it takes to be a player here in this league, and to do it at his age. More importantly, you get to take even those lessons into wherever he plays his ball, just in the minor leagues, and you can take that a long way. So congratulations to Coop.
Ooh, almost inside on the hands, off the legs. Lucas Lefebvre had to do a little dance move to stay out of the way of that one. 2-1 now the count for Lefebvre, and he's the gentleman who's going to have to clear his head. Had that error in the last inning on defense. Now resets, chops that one foul. He's now in a 2-2 count with Frank Garces.
I can tell how shy he was, because Emmett ended up doing an interview with Neil Srivastava with the IBL when he found out that he was going to be the bat boy for the All-Star game. And usually you can see him very active, talking with players and whatnot. You can tell that he was kind of taken aback by the announcement, and maybe a little bit shorter on words, if you will. But I think that just kind of comes with the holy crap kind of moment, if you will.
It's such a cool thing to campaign for. Even in the bat boy area, that's such a cool environment to be around. That's going to be a great crowd out there in Hamilton. It's going to be great production. It's going to be a really cool opportunity for him. Lucas Lefebvre was just struck out there to end off his first AB of the day. Here's Ren Takioka. Grounded out in the first. He's back here in the third. That one's in. Low end of the zone, but home plate umpire Tyson Goom will give it to him. 0-1 here for Takioka. Again, the league leading .437 batting average. Look to keep that one up here today. Went 4 for 4 in his last contest earlier this week on Sunday. That one fouled off.
Well, and this is the building block that you need with Ren. To have him leading the league with that .437, he almost reminds you of what Matt Fabian did for this team a couple of years back, obviously winning Rookie of the Year in the process. You need these building blocks in place, and if you can have big years like this, despite what the team is doing, if you can, rack up these stats as an individual, it's contagious. You're going to get quality players want to play with that, and sooner or later, it's a domino effect. And, before you know it, you got some big-time players with you.
A ball high and up over the head of the first baseman. Comes down in foul territory. Fly out, pop out. We'll sit Takioka down as the second out of the inning.
The center fielder, number 13, Ethan Paulo.
Well, I've always said Ren Takioka is the archetypal leadoff hitter. He finally gets that spot today, which means the one spot regression for Ethan Paulos. He'll be hitting in the 2 spot today. He had a single to open up the first inning. Only hitter, one of 2 hitters, 1 for 1 on the day for Brantford thus far. That one's in on the low side. Garces is doing a great job here in this inning. He's recovered from the second, looked a little shaky until some of the defensive plays. Right now, he's controlling the strike zone.
Recognizing what's going to be called a strike, what's not going to be called a strike.
I will call that one a ball there on the close side. 1-1 now the count.
Very similar location as the first pitch there, just continuously trying to take away the power.
Here's the 1-1. That one's in on the far side. Garces is really able to find the edge of the zone, find the corners from every angle, and that's as good as the pitchers here are in the IBL. That level of, precision, like a surgeon. Only few pitchers have it. That one fouled off and back, keeps the AB alive. 1-2, still the count.
Especially to the level that Frank can do it. Again, he's been around these parts for a long time, has 2 championships. He's one of 1.
Him and Owen Boone, man, there are some just incredible talents here in this league. You got to think if Garces was in the other conference, he wouldn't be a reserve. But that one chopped over towards the third base line. Brings it home. Ethan Paulos can't quite leg it out. And they make the easy plays look easy, don't they, Mark?
They
Barrie
do.
Baycats defense doing what they need to today.
No runs, and for Barrie Baycats, no
Again, an application, it may look easy, but it ain't. You got to have stern focus.
Well, we're going to send it off here to a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back in just a moment on the Brantford Red Sox IBL YouTube channel. Join us back in a moment for the 4th.
Hardline drive up the middle. Whoa! Lindor out of nowhere. How did he do that?
That Lindor can play. I don't know about that hair. And don't get me started on those gloves.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
It's time for a revolution. The Ref 1X by Rollins.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
And welcome back to Arnold Anderson Stadium, home of the Brantford Red Sox, for some IBL Friday Night Baseball. We're 3 innings deep, ready for the top of the 4th here. A new arm coming in out of the bullpen, the 3rd arm of the day, as the Red Sox trail the Baycats 10-0, 10-3 the differential in the hits, and the only error of the day going the way of the Red Sox. Here's a treat for you, Mark. Mr. Graham Tebbett, often a right fielder for this team. He is not typically a guy you'll see on the mound, but with this one relatively out of hand, we're going to see some pitches today from a gentleman who the last time we were here at Arnold Anderson had a 2-run home run out there substituting pitch hitting in right field. Now he's pinch pitching in the 4th inning.
Go back to something I said 20 minutes ago. You don't want to burn your bullpen arms going into the next couple of games. You're probably going to be turning to some position players eventually. Brantford Red Sox doing just that here with Graham Tebbett. His first appearance on the mound this season. Has a lot of appearances under his belt as a pitcher. In fact, you go back over the last several years, he has made a number of appearances on the mound for this Brantford Red Sox team.
Big swing and a miss there. Tebbett's got some speed. He's got some juice to his pitches. That's Noah Hull there up to bat for the 3rd time today. Fly out, single, later scored on that one.
A lot of the times when he has come into the ball game, it has been lopsided scoring. You know, I look at his last 10 appearances on the hill over the last couple of seasons. In fact, a lot of lopsided scores there, whether win or loss.
That one well struck out towards the outfield, carrying back and gone. Tebbett can hit him on offense. Unfortunately, allows one on the mound. Noah Hull, 2nd hit of the day, came in for a run off a single earlier. He'll send himself home this time off the solo home run.
4th home run of the season for Noah Hull. 2nd home run in the last 3 games. 2nd home, actually, looking at this, the 2nd home run in the month of July. That one was a hard hit baseball, and he pulled on that one all the way over the fence.
I never want to be too early out in right field because Brody Black has made a couple incredible over-the-fence catches, but he's got to be 16 feet tall to get that one. That one was crushed to right field. Here's Tyler Plumpton for his 3rd time today. Fly out, hit by pitch. And Graham Tebbett, he's only been in for 1 batter. Didn't go the way you wanted, but you're just here to eat innings at this point if you're Graham Tebbett, and we thank him for doing so. Strike 2 here, though. He's got some velocity, and he knows his way to the center of home plate.
When you look at the outings that he puts forward, you know, he's going to get you 1. He's going to get you 2. The question is, you know, can you get a little bit more length out of him? It's only the 4th inning. Still a long way to go here in this one tonight.
I don't mean to call him out. Tyler Plumpton took a step and a half off towards the dugout there. I think he thought that one was in the zone, but he'll get a favorable call in the, like I've said, relatively small hitter-friendly zone today. Plumpton's down 1-2 to Tebbett. Now he's 2-2, and Cassidy Want has made some of the catches of the day. I know they sometimes get hidden as the back catch trying to block balls, but he's had a couple today that could have gone wild, and a couple today that did.
Mm-hmm. Got to limit the mistakes.
Here's the 2-2. Tebbett to Plumpton. That one well struck by Plumpton. That one's going to carry up in the air. Takioka and Palos both arranging for it. Nobody will get it. The ball will come down to Takioka. I think was closer to Palos' range, but Takioka called out for it, and Palos gave him the respect on that one.
That has to be the center fielder getting to that one. You're Ethan Paulos. You're the man in charge out there in the outfield. If you are even remotely close to that baseball and you think you can make that catch, you call off that left fielder. That is a communication error and a half out there in the outfield.
And Paulos just has great range there at center field. I think he should always be the guy prioritizing it. If you're one of the corner guys, you got to kind of know your place in that defensive situation. First pitch into wicket. Up high and a little bit inside. Fools wicket for strike one.
So officially Plumpton will get the single out of all of that. So, it could be an error on the left fielder, could be an error on the center fielder, but at the end of the day, just give the guy the hit.
That one just grazes the thigh there of or wicket, or should I say just misses it. Didn't even flinch. 1-1. Barrie Baycat hitters, and a lot of the top teams, I've noticed this with Welland to this point in the season too, they'll just stand in there and take a hit by pitch. Doesn't matter how hard you throw that ball. They are going to put themselves on first base if they can. That one a little bit low for 2-1.
Yeah, they're not worried about it. They will let you make mistakes. And as the opposition, you cannot make those mistakes because the better hitters and the better teams in this league will burn you for those mistakes. If you're going to take one on the shin,
or off the elbow, like we just saw to wicket. He'll take his stride to first base, and that one also caught Cassidy Watt down in some discomfort as the trainer will come out.
Yeah, those are mistakes you have to limit because you cannot give good teams in this league more opportunities to put more runs on the board.
Cassidy Watt has been on the receiving end of some ugly plays at the catcher position. He's had a couple go off the face, has had one go off the dangerous part of the throat. Standing up here as the trainers come out to take care of him, but scary moment here for Cassidy Watt. He's still looking in some discomfort. Tebbett over to check on him, management over to check on him. We'll see what we see at the catcher position. No call yet for a substitution, and Watt is an absolute Iron Man. He'll often play through situations like this. We'll see if he does today.
Well, while we have a moment, let's take a look around the IBL, shall we? In the bottom of the fourth in Toronto at Christie Pitts, the Welland Jackfish have a 5-4 lead. Toronto actually was down 4-0 in that one. They scored 4 runs in the third to tie it up at 4. Welland ends up putting one back up on the board, and they have taken the 5-4 lead. In London, remains scoreless. Kitchener Panthers and the London Majors. Andy Vargas getting the start there for the Kitchener Panthers as he takes on Travis Keys there for the London Majors. Again, scoreless draw, bottom of the 6th in the Forest City. The other game happening tonight, Friday night in the Hammer, the Hamilton Cardinals 2, the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, no score. And by the way, the pitcher for the Hamilton Cardinals tonight, Phrasis Adamas. Yes, there has been a hit against Adamas. No no-nos happening tonight.
I know I made the joke earlier today that if you in this game, which unfortunately has been broken up, well, luckily in the case of the Brantford Red Sox, if you call 2 straight no-hitters on 2 straight nights, you got to go in the Hall of Fame. If the Brantford Red Sox, or if the Hamilton Cardinals, have 2 straight no-hitters, I don't care who you are in the rotation, every pitcher in that rotation in the Hall of Fame. I don't care what you say. 1 in 40 years, if we had seen it, that would have been truly magical. And with the talent of that Cardinals rotation.
Well, it's ironic because and the thing is, with this Hamilton Cardinals team this year, the pitching has been fantastic. Up until the last few games, it's been the hitting that has been their problem. Going into last night, they were the worst team in the league when it came to runs for, just 110 runs. They struggled out of the gate to score runs and relied on pitching to, really eke them over the finish line more often than not. Now that they're finding their bats and that pitching is, keeping true, I think the Hamilton Cardinals are on a rocket ship all the way toward the top at this point if they keep this up.
Well, here comes a new arm in the bullpen following that discomfort there from Cassidy Watt. Graham Tebbett has subbed himself out of this game. Here comes Noah Law, a gentleman who's only appeared in 1 game so far this season. He pitched a singular inning, had 3 walks in said inning, but didn't allow a run. So one of 2 pitchers on the team this season with a perfect 0 ERA. Both have only appeared in 1 contest. So Noah Law, a relative unknown, but here's one of those games here, Mark, where a lot of guys we don't usually see out of the bullpen in an effort to preserve the top arms for the next 2 days are going to see some new faces and guys that, again, if you want to make some notoriety for yourself, if you want to get noticed in the later stages of this season, these could be big innings for relievers, even if they don't seem like big innings for the team.
And maybe you get Jose Vinicio in there starting off the season as a pitcher instead of the shortstop where you thought he was going to be. I don't think that's going to happen, but same time, too, they got a deep bench, but you can't burn through the entire bench now.
At this point, if you're the Brantford Red Sox, you don't necessarily need the perfect player at every position. You just need good baseball players.
Yep.
Put good talents where they belong.
Good baseball and outs. Pure outs.
The math of baseball is it's 27 outs, and you're trying to do it more efficiently than the other team. And sometimes we really succeed. We have those big blowout games where we'll bring a game back from the depths. We'll work our way back out of rough situations, and just as we think we've got it together, again, that the bottom falls out, the floor falls out on the bullpen, and it just starts to go back the other way. And that efficiency and consistency in recording outs as a pitching staff, whether you're a starter or in the bullpen for this team, you really just need to find what is my version of consistent. What can I do consistently? Which of my pitches will find the zone? And then work off that and get bolder as the season goes on.
Yeah, is your strength power? Is it finesse?
Right.
Is your strength able to generate ground balls? Is it able to generate fly balls? Find out what works best for you, and more importantly, make sure that your teammates are on the same page.
Big swing and a miss there from Noel McGarry-Doyle. 1-1 now the count here, and Noah Law's first at-bat of the game.
Because you could be a very good ground ball pitcher, but if your infield is just going to bobble it, you're not going to be that effective.
So it's Wicket on first, plumped it on second. That one just misses the barrel of the bat. That one to be chopped back foul. 1-2.
That felt like it had enough mustard to get stuck in the fence.
Oh, we've had some this season. Some high enough we've had stoppages for people to throw stuff at it, try to get it back out of the fencing. Some of my favorite memories here in my early tenure with the Brantford Red Sox. 1-2. Big swing and a miss to sit him down. Noah Law's first strikeout of the game, first at-bat, and his first strikeout of the season.
You ever see those NCAA bloopers where you have the basketball just stuck in behind the
corner
glass,
of the rim and the net.
and you got to get the cheerleader to you boost her up to knock the ball loose. It's kind of like similar here if you get the ball stuck in the fence. It's a team effort.
Well, if and when we get 13 cheerleaders that can reach the top of that fence, then we'll get right on it. The NCAA, all the fun moments, eh? They just get all the fun that the pro leagues don't.
I can reach the top of that fence.
Are you going to go for a bit of a climb there, Mark?
It's like climbing Hell in a Cell.
Is that actually how tall is Hell in a Cell?
Hell in a Cell right now, I believe, is 20 feet tall.
That one sent up over the head of the infielders. Paolo's ranging forward to try to get it. Diving catch. Can't make it, but he does knock it over to Lefebvre, who will at least keep the runners in relatively safe position. Base is now loaded, though. 11-0. The deficit as Hernandez now on first base.
And that's just a good effort from Paulos, but played a little bit too deep. And especially with the way the Barrie Baycats have been hitting in this game, there's been a lot of it's either going over the fence or they're connecting with the baseball and their line drives. And I know you're just trying to keep no doubles, and you're trying to keep doubles off the board here. You don't want that ball going in behind you, but you need to shade a little bit further, away from the fence and a little bit closer to the infield, because that's where those balls are going.
Well, after Noah Law's first earned run allowed on the season, that one's so close to Keys that I think if he leaned in, he had it hit by a pitch there, but he'll back off of it. 1-0. Oh, looked right down the middle horizontally. Didn't catch the vertical, but the home plate umpire knows better than I. 2-0. Bases loaded. 2-0. This is Clayton Keys. 2 singles, 1 allowing him to score a run, and then got struck out there in the third. That one up high for him. 3-0 count. Got to think if you're going to see something right down the middle of the plate, this will be the pitch you see it.
Well, and Barrie this season batting just 158 with the bases loaded. Not exactly what you would expect.
Noah Law sends that one in. Strike one is once again one of the Barrie Baycats hitters. A bit of a verbal disconnect there with the home plate umpire. Keys thought he was heading off to first base. He'll take his spot back again. Now 3-1. That one was some good vertical drop. Holy cow, Noah Law pulls out an off-speed pitch for the first time in this at-bat, and it absolutely fooled Keys.
Well, and that's how you differentiate your pitches. You give them some steam, and then you hold off a little bit.
Even the release, he didn't really disguise it behind the way he throws that fastball. I think Keys was just so ready for the speed. Big swing and a miss there. Noah Law, welcome back to the IBL. Sits down one of the best teams, one of their best hitters. Clayton Keys struck out there.
Breaking the law. Noah Law breaking his man down in the box, and there's 2 away here for Nolan Macabrota.
Well, Macabrota has yet to take a trip back to the bench on an AB today. Walked, later scored, single, and then 2 RBI single in the 3rd inning. Fourth consecutive inning for Macabrota. At the plate, that is. Strike 1. A little bit of movement still from all 3 base runners there for the Baycats, as they lead 11-0 over your Brantford Red Sox.
I think it's just on instinct at this point. Definitely keep the pitcher on his toes.
Got an arm warming up there in the bullpen for the Brantford Red Sox. 0-2. Could be Law's 2nd consecutive strikeout, and it would end the top of the 4th. Macabrota will take a seat on the bench for the first time today. Back-to-back strikeouts for Noah Law. Law broke the law, like you said, a couple times there late in the inning, and that was what we needed, a little bit of a spark from the bullpen to just start recording those outs you were talking about there, Mark. And there were moments in the 3rd inning where it felt like 27 outs could take us to 2 a.m. We're starting to get back in the zone here in the bullpen.
Hey, I got a game tomorrow night in Guelph. I don't want this game going to 2 o'clock in the morning. But the fact of the matter is, right there, you give up the home run to Noah Hull. Guys come on base, a single, a hit by pitch, a single in there as well. You have to take a moment as well for Cassidy Watt to shake off the cobwebs. But credit Noah Law. Coming into this ball game, get the outs. Don't worry about the guys on base. Focus on the batter. And gets 3 strikeouts to end the inning.
Well, Frank Garces going to be back up for his 4th inning of dealing on the mound there for the Barrie Baycats. 3 hits allowed so far on the day.
Notice where his delivery is coming from for these warm-up pitches. He's not on the mound.
You are totally right.
That is Frank Garces in a nutshell. He's going to go up in behind the hill, and he's just going to play catch. Just keep loose, keep warm, save the power for when he's on the hill.
Let's see if we can get a camera here, if we can, on the starting pitcher there, Frank Garces, because that's a fascinating note there, Mark. You're totally right. He's a good 3 or 4 steps behind home plate here. And I was going to say, Mark, at least yesterday at this time, calling a game, the road team is up big and is in a pretty favorable spot against the home side. At least yesterday at this point in the game, you had a no-hitter to think about. Frank Garces has given up three hits that never really put the Baycats in jeopardy at any point, which is what the great teams do. You'll allow a hit here and there, but once they're on base, your fielders wake up, your pitcher really locks in, and you shut the inning down.
Should mention that there is a substitution on defense as Austin Boylan is going to come in for Clayton Keys out in right field. So Clayton Keys is done, and this is what you do if you are Josh Matlow. Work the bench. Give the guys a bit of rest. It's already a game that's 11-0 right here. Get some guys at bats, because you never know. You could end up, counting on these at bats if you need a guy to qualify for the playoffs. Although I think Boylan, if anything, let me double check here. Boylan is a junior, so he automatically does qualify, but you get him the at bats anyway.
That one comes down. What a catch by the left fielder. That's Tristan Clark, all-star starter. He's in the all-star game for the bat, but what a ranging catch that was.
I think he's in the all-star game for more reasons than one, that's for sure. That is typical Tristan Clark, textbook Tristan Clark out in left field. What a catch.
So Clayton Keys, you talk about him getting substituted. He's had 4 at-bats. He's basically played a whole game today, Mark. I don't blame him for taking an early trip home, as here's Chris Ortega for the second time today. He grounded out in the first, comes back up in the fourth. Big swing and a miss there for Ortega. He was thinking long ball, didn't quite get it on the barrel, 0-2.
Well, and again, you go back to Clayton Keys coming out of this ball game after 4 at-bats through 4 innings. Just his 9th game of the season. He came into the Baycats organization, made his debut on June 24th in Guelph.
Swing and a miss there. Frank Garces, 3rd strikeout of the day on his 41st pitch here through 4 innings. I believe your magic number there, Mark, was 15 per inning is about the magical count for pitchers. He's got, that was, I believe, the 11th batter retired in 40 pitches. Not bad.
It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. I say Tristan Clark is textbook. Frank Garces, El Fuego.
First pitch in for Brody Black. That one down and low, ball 1. The 1-0. That one now wide off the other way. 2-0 for Brody Black. Jeremy Veilleux up next for your Red Sox. 2-0. That one finally finds the zone. Nice horizontal off speed. Well, throw the timing off a little bit for Brody Black. The last thing Garces is predictable, it would seem. 2-1. That one struck pretty well, but a little bit too much air under that one. Black will send it out to left field. Gets down in the warning track. Carried further than it looked, but Tristan Clark, his second catch of the inning, will end the bottom of the 4th.
No hits, no runs, and Barrie with no errors.
And Garces really settling in. Hasn't given up a base runner since the 2nd inning. That is 7 straight retired here by the Baycats ace. Again, he's getting some strikeouts, but you know his defense has really come up big for him as well.
Well, in between innings now, getting set for the top of the 5th here as the dance competition kicks off. Winner gets a Domino's pizza. I don't know if you're pretty hungry, Mark, but probably got a little bit of free time. You want to head out there, show off the moves here at Arnold Anderson?
I don't know. There's a reason why I'm up here.
Come on, you've been all around the league. I'm sure you've seen every brand of between innings, between periods entertainment. You don't think you picked up some dance moves off Spike there in Guelph?
Less on the dance moves, but I have been picking up some strategies with a lot of the games that are happening in Kitchener this year, to the point where maybe we're starting a bit of a announcers Olympiad in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Oh,
I'm trying to start it up. There's 4 games that are played on the field there every game at Jack Couch Park. Trying to get the announcers into it. Apparently everybody's on board, at least in that broadcast booth. I might have to spread it out to the other broadcasters in the league and try to find a neutral party to officiate everything. You need someone that's going to call it down the middle. They don't have any favoritism. It can't be me, because I'm going to be competing.
Oh, of course.
But I don't know. I'll have to send a memo out to the rest of the league and figure out who would want to participate in such a thing. And, maybe have it at an all-star game one year.
I would love it. Well, theoretically, every team's got at least one full-time member. I would be the only full-time rep here for Brantford, although Brian Hawley, he's great. For his age, he is an athletic gentleman. If you're out there watching Brian, he'll get to the parking lot after a long game quicker than most kids my age. But
well, the good thing is, it doesn't have to be full athleticism. You just need precision.
All right.
There's Panther Pong, where it's basically just a variation of, throwing a pong ball into a cup.
Right.
But in this case, it's a bucket. There's the Dizzy Bat competition. There's a little bit more athleticism, a little bit more cardio involved in that one, but that's another competition. But again, you have to keep the bat on the ground. There's a reason why it's called a Dizzy Bat. You can't just stick a baseball to the top of your forehead, have it not connect with the ground, and just spin around 5 times. You need to be dizzy walking down that line, or else it's not fair.
See, my big consideration would be size of the Dizzy Bat. As a taller gentleman, my back will be out for weeks. I lean down that far, do some spins. It would be ugly.
My fear is Josh Alderman and the performance-enhancing drugs that he'd probably do beforehand.
Well, we come back here, top
Just
of the
need
fifth
a little bit of extra B12 in order to make it in the Dizzy Bat competition.
Love me that B12. Tristan Clark back up for the 4th time today. Last time we saw him, he got in on that Lefebvre error from a couple innings back. 1 for 3 today. Finds himself in an early 2-0. No loss, still the man on the mound. 2-0 finally finds a K. 2-1 now the count.
This is where consistency is going to matter. Noah Law, you've already burned through 4 arms here. This is the 4th pitcher of the game here for the Brantford Red Sox. Got to get 2 innings at minimum.
That one struck past the pitcher, but not past Bateman. Bateman settles under it. Nice textbook throw to record an early out. That's the start to an inning that Brantford's needed for a while.
Especially when you look at the way this game has gone. 2nd inning, 8 batters to the plate. 3rd inning, 9 batters to the plate. 4th inning, 7 different Baycats getting to the plate for an at-bat. Need a quick inning.
Got to think the Baycats offensive players are as tired as our pitchers are. Eh? Hot day here, about 32 degrees last time I checked the report.
Again, you think about it. Josh Matlow, he works the bench quite well, quite often. There's a lot of guys he can circulate in and out, so don't be surprised to see a whole lot of different names by the time it reaches the 6th inning here.
That's a strike in on Willie Garcia. Had a single and then 2 RBI single at that in the 1st inning, but has struck out twice since then. That one well hit out towards center field. Palos ranging back and back and back and gone. Willie Garcia brings it back the other way. Will he send it out of the park? Yes, he will. Willie Garcia on the board. 2nd home run of the game for the Barrie Baycats.
Hitting it to dead center and out of this particular ballpark is not an easy thing to do. Willie Garcia, I had mentioned it before, a big game the last time these two teams met on June 28th, has a home run and a single already in this game. Willie Garcia, if there's a Willie, there's a way, and Will Garcia does the job right there. His 4th home run of the season.
The lead now 12. 12-0 the gap for the Barrie Baycats. They've opened up here in the top of the 5th. Noah Hall, he hit a solo home run last time he was up as well. First pitch in low for ball 1.
What do you think? About 400 to dead center there?
That, I believe, is the reading on the – there's a reading on the back of the fence behind one of the advertisement boards there. I mean, it's only – you're used to calling it Jack Couch Park. That's what, 200 feet to center field? in a broom closet over there in Kitchener. That one fouled up and over the 3rd base line.
Yeah, 400, you're on the highway. Actually, 400, you're in Guelph.
Yeah. Yeah, you're halfway down Highway 7 by that point.
There's a reason why no lead is safe in that ballpark, let me tell you.
The Welland Jackfish come to town. They got to close the highway there.
Hey, Welland Jackfish are in town. I'm already on War Stories by the time it's the 6th inning, which is kind of the point that we're kind of in right now with a 12-0 score line. You start dropping favorite movie lines. You start dropping, some favorite concerts that you've been to. Try to entertain the fans that are tuning in here.
Well, I'm fresh and warmed up on the interviewing front. Again, talked to Chris Ortega earlier today for the Brantford Red Sox Report. That one's on car hit watch. I think it misses. I think it may have gone over. I heard somebody call it hit something, but I got to say, never in my life, even more than home runs for this, we've had some electric home runs here at home. Tebbit, Takioka, Torres, and a number of players, big home runs. But never will the home fans here at Arnold Anderson stand up in excitement more than when a ball heads out to that first base line, might hit a car. It is an electric atmosphere you barely see in sports.
The way you kind of look at it is you can pretty much point at every individual and say, well, that person is parked there. That person is parked there. That person's not standing up. He or she's not worried about it. He's parked on the street and behind Arnold Anderson Stadium. He's not worried about that baseball.
Yeah, the later you get here, the better chance you have to not get hit. Oh, peeks over the fence behind home plate. The count's still 2-2. Less of a rush to that ball. Earlier on, where more of the younger kids were here, there was an absolute scramble to a foul ball earlier today.
I might have to get down there and say, hey, pass me the baseball so I can go to get a freezy after. Post-game freezies are always kosher, right?
Oh. To be honest, the definition of kosher eludes me right now.
Fair.
I thought about keto the other week.
Oh.
It's not a carbs guy,
No. Try the carnivore diet. Don't even worry about carbs, just straight red meat.
Yeah, but your workday will have to be 2 hours. The other 6 spent on the toilet by that point. Holy cow. Here's the 3-2. That one shot back over our heads. This at-bat continues going. And
Hey, you get some potatoes in the diet, too.
I don't know. The carbs, man. 2 pieces of bread, I feel like a beached whale, which is not how you want to start your day. So the keto diet may have its benefits. Whenever they come up with carb-free rice, that's when my diet is in its peak.
Ooh.
Love rice, but that one shot foul as well. What? By my count, I think this is the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Noah Hull, he got the taste of the home run last inning.
That's the 9th at-bat. That's the 9th pitch of the at-bat.
Noah Hull got a taste of a home run, and he's not leaving the plate until he gets another one.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that last one was a no-doubter. It inched over the fence, but I knew that was gone by the time it started sailing down.
That one's high and wide. 10-pitch walk for Noah Hull.
Next for the Baycats, number 44, Tyler Plumpton.
Tyler Plumpton back up for his 4th time today. Fly out, hit by pitch, single. His ledger so far.
Well, I started out well. Get the ground out to Tristan Clark, but then you give up that bomb to Willie Garcia, and it kind of sets you down a trajectory where you start to lose confidence. And the second you start to lose confidence, especially on that hill, the Baycats can smell that, and they have been feasting on that all night.
First pitch to Plumpton. That one's fouled off towards car territory. A little bit shallow. Actually lands in the bullpen. 0-1. I want to take a moment here to thank our entire crew here that make the Brantford Red Sox IBL broadcast possible. On Sunday, that game against the Hamilton Cardinals, 2 o'clock start time. We'll have Rogers TV back for that one. Hopefully you guys enjoyed our first Rogers TV cable outing of the season. I know there were some connectivity issues in that game. Should be all polished out by Sunday, as that one's well hit over the head of the third baseman. Takioka will settle behind it. Throw in, not in time to get a batter. First and second. Now the runners for Barrie.
Alex Wickett.
I brought a phone charger today, Mark. I didn't even think about it until right now. I think I have a spare should you need it.
No, I am all right. I am just trying to figure out who is in behind home plate, because that is not Cassidy Watt. That is not number 15 in behind home plate for the Brantford Red Sox. I believe.
Can't get a number on the back of the jersey.
Well, Graham Tebbett's already out of the ball game because he pitched.
I can tell you that is number 29. That is Andrew Savage, who is often substituted a number of roles here defensively for the team. He showed up in the middle of the year. He's played about 6 games for the Brantford Red Sox. One of the best hitting players on the team, actually. Small sample size, but he's played third. He will often substitute late in games as the catcher, so that's a good spot. Andrew Savage. We will see him later on offense. That one high. Does a good job to get behind it.
Was lucky enough to call his IBL debut in Guelph a few weeks back.
Awesome.
Had his first couple of hits in that game. Got an RBI in that one as well. Really setting the tone for what he is capable of, and provides another great option in behind the dish.
That one up high, almost a swing. Decides better of it. Good thing he did so. 3-0. And I think the big thing for Watt, I talked about earlier, the continuity with pitchers. I think that's the main thing preventing Savage. If he wants to be a steadfast catcher, that's the main thing preventing him from moving up, is that pitcher continuity. That one will find the bottom corner of the zone. 3-1 as this AB stays alive to Wicket.
Andrew Savage marked as number 17 on the scorecard here for tonight's game, but definitely that is him wearing number 29, so.
Unless they've done, you are absolutely right. Let me make a second correction. We've actually done a double swap. We did it for the first time the other day. It's becoming a recurring theme. That's actually second baseman Lucas Bateman. I should return my previous statement. Savage, I think he did switch numbers early on in the season, but he did not do so to 29. So, pardon me, Bateman is now the back catch, and he had his, I believe, his first ever catcher appearance, at least in a proper IBL contest last weekend. I believe that was Sunday against Welland. He's back behind the plate again today. And I think Law and Bateman, a combination of pitcher and catcher that most Red Sox fans would not have predicted for the 5th inning of this game. Runners on first and second. That one chopped foul on the full count. Another AB going quite a number of pitches.
Return to the concession stand at the entrance of Arnold Owners Stadium. Thank you.
There you go. Announcement was just made. I believe balls can be returned for freezies. So,
And it is Lucas Lefebvre that is now over at shortstop.
so a bit of a substitution here on defense. Scooching a few deck chairs around. That one, again, right place horizontally, but not vertically. Noah Law walks Wicket to load the bases. The third free pass Wicket has taken to first base, 2 of them on a ball, and the other one on a hit by pitch.
Try to figure out what all of these substitutions are here at this point in time. They didn't actually flag us down like they usually do, the umpires, to say who is in and who is out. And now we're going to get a meeting of the minds on the mound here.
Here comes a new arm, out of relief. New face making their way over to the pitcher's mound, as that should be the day done for Noah Law. Not a bad little relief appearance there. 2 strikeouts in quick succession, but since then gave up the 2 home runs there, 2 walks, 3 other singles. We'll see what our new face on the mound here can do. Number 11, I believe that's Crawford Passy. Get you some info on him in just a moment. From my look, 16.2 ERA here on the young season form. He's appeared in 5 games thus far. 5 total innings, 7 hits allowed, 9 runs, all of them earned. 7 walks to 3 strikeouts, the ratio for Crawford.
So Christian Ortega is now working shortstop. Just waiting for one gentleman to turn around to see a number to figure out who is actually playing third in Ortega's stead.
That may very well be where Savage ends up if he is here.
For your Red Sox, number 11, Crawford Passy.
Another gentleman that I'm familiar with. Grew up in the Waterloo region area.
He and I went to high school together. There's a fun fact.
Ah.
Cameron Heights Collegiate, one of the biggest schools in the entire Tri-Cities area. And trust me, it felt like it.
Yeah, played for the Kitchener Panthers at one point, was part of the Junior Panthers program for quite a while. But now getting an opportunity here with the Brantford Red Sox, and it's good to see, too. I mean, that junior team, especially the one that he was on, it was sublime, to say the very least.
Pitch going to go wide there in the warm-ups. Not what you like to see, but this is why they do them. This is why you take the time to find your spots. And there's Emmett, our all-star game attendee bat boy.
And by the way, it is Cassidy Watt playing third base now. So a bit of a switcheroo on the infield, and nobody really subbed out at all. In fact, everybody just changed positions. Lefebvre moves over, Bateman moves to catcher, Watt moves to third, and Ortega moves to short. So it was just a 4-man switch, nobody coming out of the ball game and nobody coming in. So just maybe a look change, if you will.
The Barrie Baycats have opened up the game so hot, they've resorted the Brantford Red Sox to playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is the phase we've gotten to here in this one. 12-0, again, not an impenetrable lead, and just got to get out of the inning. We'll see what the offense can do in the bottom of the 5th as Noel McGarry Doyle back up for the 5th time today. 2 for 4, 2 singles, 1 to score a run, and a strikeout in the 5th. 4th, pardon me. Bases loaded here. Passy 0-1. That one well struck out towards right field. Fielders should be able to find their way under that. Palos will. The throw back to home plate. Not in time. 1 will score. Nobody will try to throw to Bateman. Runners now on the corners with the sac fly from Hernandez.
Next for the Baycats, number 11, Brandon Hernandez.
And just from bad to worse here, Marshall, 13-0, a very unlucky number on the board here if you're a Brantford Red Sox fan.
Or if you're a Barrie Baycats fan.
Or if you're a Barrie Baycats fan.
Superstitions.
Full moon was out last night. Are you a little stitious?
I'm superstitious.
Okay.
Nice. That one goes in. Ball 1. Passy to Hernandez. Single, double, walk, and a strikeout. today for Hernandez. McGarry Doyle, correctional, was the sac fly an AB ago. That one right back at the pitcher. What a catch. Oh, my goodness, to end the inning, just leaves the ball. Crawford Passy. The heart rate's got to be in the quadruple digits right there.
Hernandez is looking at him, having a laugh.
Oh, my goodness.
That is precision from Crawford Passy. I was talking about, having the ability to just have ice in your veins like you're a Blue Jays Nona in behind home plate. Crawford Passy has ice in his veins. He is stone cold on that play.
It would be easy to get tired here. Late stages, nighttime game, to lose your senses a little bit. Good to know he's still firing on all cylinders there. Wow.
Good Lord. But again, the score is. But it's good to see that despite what the score line is, guys like Crawford Passy says, you know what? I'm not giving up in this game, and I'm going to get the outs when I can. Although I think with that one, it's just more of a reactionary, I'm just trying to protect myself.
Yeah. Oh, that's self-defense, first and foremost, from Passy.
Some say he has the eye of the tiger.
Oh, beautiful. I hope our mics pick up crowd PA. I've been trying to get us a crowd mic. Eye of the Tiger is playing currently. And we've done, you and I, our past experience working together on broadcast. Last time was for the Guelph Storm. I came in and did a game and hosting. I believe it was 80s night, if I'm not mistaken. And we got to start doing more stuff like that here for the Brantford Red Sox. Decades nights are a lot of fun.
I think we were just throwing Whitesnake references out the entire night.
It's hard to tell. When you trust me, when you work with Mark Perret and you're down there, you can't see him on a monitor, but you can hear him in your headset. Any game for you could sound like an 80s night. You make references like nobody I've ever seen.
It's like listening to an audiobook. Just sit back, enjoy the audio, and just cruise.
Now, before the game we talked about, you're often a man of Blink-182 references specifically.
Oh, absolutely.
Favorite Blink-182 member? Not to get political.
Oh.
Yeah, Mark or a Tom guy?
I might just forego it all and say Travis Barker.
Wow.
Nothing
he's too public now for my taste.
The fact of the matter is Travis Barker, I got to see him live a couple of times. You put him in a cage and he's drumming upside down and doesn't miss a beat.
The only other name I'll throw out there, perhaps not the same level of pizzazz, but Josh Dunn, drummer for the 21 Pilots.
Okay.
He live in concert. Holy cow. He'll pull off some shenanigans. I'll never forget the first time I saw him. They have an entire platform live at their concerts. They'll crowd surf the drum set around the entire arena, and that's a cool thing in a smaller venue. This is the Air Canada Centre, currently the Scotiabank Centre. He did a whole 2 rounds of the facility, getting rocked around because no offense to the people of Toronto, but 8 people aren't holding up him in an entire drum set. As sat down there is Jeremy Veilleux. Strike 3, and that's strikeout number 4 for Garces on the day so far.
Number 27.
Favorite concert experience? Who was playing?
Oh.
And it doesn't even have to be who the headliner was. It could be as well, maybe it was an opening act that impressed you the most.
Here, that's a great clarification to make, because I would have previously said probably 21 Pilots, their most recent show. I can talk a little bit about some sort of magic tricks they did there production-wise later, but I'm going to say Future Islands. I don't know if are you familiar with Future Islands by any chance?
Somewhat, but not really.
So they opened at Budweiser Stage for Weezer.
Okay.
It was a Weezer concert. Now Weezer, they got to pull people out. I got to think on last minute because Weezer comes to Toronto every about 2 weeks.
Yeah,
but they bring out Future Islands, and
they're so good.
I believe they're a band, as we see strike 2 here to tours, and I believe they're a band from a little bit of religious background, but it doesn't necessarily come through. I didn't know certainly at the time of their music, but the most passionate lead singer I've ever seen came out in just a black T-shirt and black pants. And as a former waiter who can get very hot, I worked outside on the patio in the summer, all black uniform. You wouldn't think you can see sweat, but trust me, you can. You can tell when a guy wearing an all-black uniform on a hot day is sweaty. And this gentleman put so much passion in over his 45-minute opener set that the first 4 rows at the Budweiser Stage was the splash zone. He truly, he just put his heart and soul into it at a level I've never seen. And the music is way better. Future Islands, check them out on streaming services. They're way better in studio. But that was my magical experience at a concert.
Okay.
Strike 3 here to Torres, and that's number 5 on the day for Garces. How about yourself? Most electric concert experience?
So bear in mind that I worked in radio for about a decade, and much of it was up north where I was actually introducing bands very regularly. So I got to see a lot of different bands. So it's hard to pick just one. And at the same time, too, I get to talk to these bands before the shows and do interviews with them. So you kind of get that familiarity in terms of being a little bit more personable with, some of these acts and, get to know them on a personal level where maybe someone who is, one of the most phenomenal people behind the scenes, may not be as impressive on the stage. And I'm not going to name any names in saying that, but it could also be the reverse where maybe someone so soft-spoken in behind the scenes will just completely flip the switch and just put on a show of a lifetime on the stage.
A lot of drummers, a lot of bass players kind of fit that profile.
Absolutely. Guys that, really inspire as well. I mean, you think about Matt Gonchier with 3 Days Grace, got to play a solo act a few years back. A guy that's now back with the band. Guys like Classified is another one that really puts on a really good show. Had a Ninja Turtles conversation with him.
Ninja Turtles.
Ninja Turtles.
There we go. Strikeout number 3 and consecutive batters. What an inning that was from Frank Garces. That'll bring the bottom of the 5th to an end. We'll pick this conversation up here on the Mark Perry and Marshall Crocker podcast here, a.k.a. the Brantford Red Sox IBL YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll hear a word from our partners, and we'll see you in the 6th. And welcome back, live from Brantford, Ontario at Arnold Anderson Stadium. Welcome to the top of the 6th inning here, as the Brantford Red Sox currently have a 13-0 deficit to overcome here against the visiting Barrie Baycats. Back up to the top of the Baycats offense for the 6th inning. That one grounded right to the third base line. What a howitzer from Cassidy Watt subbing in at third base. Great throw there to first. Nice quick out, and that's how you want to start off this inning. Crawford Passy still on the mound there in relief after one of the great pitcher catches you'll see in the IBL. Saved himself from a whopper of a headache an inning ago. Let's take a look here around the IBL if we can in just a moment here. We'll get Mark Perry to give us an update what the rest of the IBL Friday night calendar looks like.
I should mention that that there is a new first baseman over there. That is Josiah Devapalin. And when you look at the out-of-town scoreboard, it's 2-0 Hamilton over Chatham-Kent. That's in the top half of the 8th, the run both in the first and the 5th inning for the Cards in that one. Champ Garner's RBI double has the London Majors up 1-0 on the Kitchener Panthers. That's also in the bottom of the 8th. And how about this? The Welland Jackfish just starting to run away with it. 6 runs in the 6th inning. They lead the Toronto Maple Leafs 15-4. Again, keep in mind, it was 4-0. Toronto caught up, made it 4-4. But since then, it's been all Jackfish in the top of the 6th.
So Josiah Devapalin taking over there at first base, and he was actually a dark horse in the DH spot for the South Conference for the All-Star game. It was an interesting category to vote for because a lot of teams they rotate so much, and so many of their DHs don't play consistently at the DH spot. Most teams really try to cycle guys, so that was the most interesting voting category for me. Devapalin almost got in there as well. So 2-1 now the count. This is Passy to Macabrota.
Yeah, Macabrota with a couple of singles in this one, a walk as well.
A pitch well wide. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And you can still feel the humidity here at 10 o'clock Eastern as well. So
boy, can you. It is toasty out here.
That might also play into some of the substitutions that we have seen here tonight. Got some guys out of the heat.
That one popped up. They might get away with one here. Under it is the shortstop. I believe Christian Ortega's moved out there to the shortstop position. He has. He settles under it. He'll make the catch. And there you go. I asked him, not on the broadcast, not on the taping of the Brantford Red Sox Report, which don't forget, episode 1 will go live on YouTube and cable on Monday nights. But I asked him in the first episode before the game, I said, what's your position of choice? Do you really have a place you play? And he's agreed with what I've heard from a lot of people. He's not a guy with one infield position. He really feels comfortable everywhere. Was billed as a first baseman for the All-Star game, but trust me, he's got third base, shortstop range, and I've never seen him catch, but if his knees can hold up for it, I'm sure he'd be great there too.
Yeah, why not? Try it out. See if you like it.
See what you got.
It's like going for a test drive for a car.
It's true.
But the infield, it's Watt, Ortega, Lefebvre, and Devapalin. All right. I had it written down properly.
Big swing and a miss there for Tristan Clark. Finds himself down 0-2, and this would be a big head to put on the wall here for Crawford Passy if he's able to get the strikeout here on Clark. That one fouled off out towards the parking lot area.
His car is over there. His car is over there.
Our audio guy's car's over there. I'm a little worried.
Well, if our audio shuts down, I think we know why.
We know what. Well, we almost knew why earlier. Trust me, we have a cable that is on its last legs. We'll do a memoriam for it on Sunday. Here's the 1-2. Tristan Clark in the box. Sends that one well out to center field. Paolo should settle under that one easily. Yes, he does. Top of the 6th inning over with some relative speed there. Good job by Crawford Passy. That was a little bit more the pitch to contact, pitcher-friendly counts that speed innings up we wanted to see earlier.
Absolutely what you need out of Crawford Passy. That is now 5 straight retired Barrie Baycats. Got to keep that train a-rolling. It's 13-0. Now, we're in that stage now where you're just playing for respect, playing for momentum, playing for the fact that you know that you play this team tomorrow afternoon in Barrie, looking for some revenge. You want to make it tough for them for the last few innings here and provide a little bit of a seed of doubt going into tomorrow's game.
I think all you got, the real mental advantage you got for the Brantford Red Sox tomorrow on the road over today is you don't face Frank Garces. That's the biggest thing. Not to say the Barrie rotation has some absolute arms in it, but at least it is not the guy 70-9 strikeout to walk ratio.
Well, sure, you're not going to have to face Frank Garces tomorrow, but You might end up with a Juan Benitez. You might end up with a Cesar Rosado. It does not get any easier. It does not get any easier at all.
So a new arm coming in for the Barrie Baycats. That is the day done for your starting pitcher. And I mean, he was everything he was cut out to be. Frank Garces, you heard a lot in the intro. We really hyped him up there in that extended pregame show, and I think we were right. Spotless, no runs allowed through 5 innings. He'll get relieved, allows 3 hits. He'll get relieved, like you said. It's a hot day tonight. You want to keep him in good condition. Your best players deserve to be treated well, and I think the Barrie Baycats feel like this one's out of hand.
I think so. And just to talk about the pitching, Juan Benitez hasn't played in about a week. I would venture a guess that you're probably going to see him pitch tomorrow, and then you're going to save another arm against the Kitchener Panthers on Sunday afternoon in Kitchener if you're the Barrie Baycats. Juan usually plays at home, so
it's like they're picking on us here at Brantford, facing Garces and then Benitez back-to-back. It's giving Christian Ortega all-star game practice. He's just the same arms he might be facing in that one if they get into the relievers late innings.
Which I got to ask, what's your thought of North and South for divisions? I think it should be East-West.
It's perfectly set up for East-West.
That
was my first question when I came in the league, is I've never really instinctively been able to, in my head, track down who's where.
Yeah. Is it north and south of Welland because they had the All-Star game last year?
Right.
But, and I have been steadfast about this because, there's no hiding from it. There's going to be a 10th team in the league next year. It's a matter of when, not if.
Right.
They're going to check the box eventually. It's just a matter of where it's going to be done. And where it ends up happening, whether, they find some spots in Windsor where you can have a team in Windsor, whether the teams, whether the IBL goes back to Oshawa,
right,
Ajax, heck, Ottawa, Montreal, there's been rumblings about them as well.
Bit of crossover there as Lucas Lefebvre gets the 5-ball walk. Congratulations to him. He is on base for his first time today, and I believe his first time since last Saturday. I don't believe he registered a hit or an on-base appearance in that game against Welland. Does today. And here's Ren Takioka back up for the 3rd time today. Ground out, fly out, and Mark. He's hitting .437 because he doesn't often have 0-hit days. He'll try to keep himself with a score on the score sheet.
Reason why he got as many votes as he did going to the All-Star Showdown, let me tell you.
Yeah, came in late in the season. I don't think he was in until the 6th game of the year for the Brantford Red Sox. But since then, he's an everyday player. He's hit at the top of the lineup, so his at-bats look comparable to a lot of starters around the league. I will say I really got a feel for him and a lot of the other outfielders because the outfield position's so stacked here in the IBL.
And you think about some of the guys that you're able to vote for in the outfield, whether it's north or south. Take your pick. Tyler Duncan is a former MVP out of Hamilton. You look at what they have in Welland. Mateo Porcelato's out there. You have, Carlos Dominguez looked great for Hamilton last night. You have Yasvani Penalve in Kitchener. For the Toronto Maple Leafs, Dennis DeBanning, who has had quite the season as well. Ethan Hammond, Ashton Patterson for the Guelph Royals, J.D. Williams for the Guelph Royals too.
Yeah.
Even going to Chatham-Kent, and you think about Spencer Moran and Spencer Marcus, who had a really good early success to this season.
And then even so, here's an interesting question for you, Mark. Is Takioka will take strike 2 to make it a full count here. One of the things that I think is interesting you see around professional sports voting for all-star games is you'll see people from local markets reflect which players have played best against their team in how they vote. Mm-hmm. I've never really believed in that as Takioka fouls that one off to 3rd. I've never really subscribed to that theory, but I will say one of the reasons that Toby Simmons for me got so much consideration is because he's hit like 700 this year against the Brantford Red Sox, and it's hard as somebody who catches more baseball than anywhere. I guess you for 2 different teams for Kitchener and Guelph, but it's something you consider and something I try to put aside.
It's something I try to put aside too. I try to keep a neutral playing field when I'm conducting my votes as well.
Back-to-back walks here for the Brantford Red Sox, starting to get the bases a little redder to match the jerseys of the Red Sox offense.
The center fielder.
So here comes Ethan Palos now. Runner in scoring position. Runners on first and second. Garces steps off the mound. 13-run lead. You don't want to open the door, Mark. That's the last thing you want to see here.
You get a big inning. Again, it's 13-0, folks. But a big inning puts you right back into this ball game, albeit maybe down by 6 or 7 if you have a 7-run inning.
That ball set off just past the third baseman. Shortstop will settle at it. Palos legs it out. Awesome job with his legs. He is a speed threat in a way that you don't often see reflected in the way he runs. Long strider, it's why he's so good in the outfield, and it's why he's now on first base with the bases loaded.
And more importantly, there's a goose egg in the out category. This is where you got to strike. Again, could be just a momentum swing going into tomorrow's game. It could be an attempt to try to come back in this one. Either way, this is a Brantford Red Sox team that is putting the nose to the grindstone. They don't care what the score is. They're going to try their darndest from out number 1 to out number 27.
Cassidy Watt has 3 home runs on the season. His 4th could be one to make this game interesting. If you're a Red Sox fan, you're on the edge of your seat right now. Hopefully in some air conditioning, unlike those of us here live at Arnold Anderson.
Need to get some fans in here.
Well, we have one. Would you be surprised for me to tell you what
we have a lot of fans here.
Nice. I will say, the grandstand below us always well packed. The outfield grandstands get a little bit quieter, but it's unofficial, but often the first base line here at Arnold Anderson Stadium, the road fans tend to take possession of here. Cassidy Watt, 1-2, swings and misses, unfortunately. Cassidy Watt, nice opportunity there. He will be struck out. First strikeout of the game for Jonathan Warren, who's come in here for the Baycats.
Number 1, Christian Ortega.
Well, now about 5 hours removed from our interview for the taping of the Brantford Red Sox report. You'll see coming out later this week. Chris Ortega, he's got a big bat. He's good in clutch spots. Remember, he tied the ball game the other day against the Cardinals. And he is not who I want to face if I'm Jonathan Warren. Bases loaded. And he's put him in a hitter's count early, 1-0.
Yeah, and the Brantford Red Sox hitting .389 with the bases loaded. That's a pretty good stat line with the bases juiced here. Be good to, again, just put the ball in play and try to get a run in.
There we go, past the shortstop. Brantford is on the board. First run of the day. RBI single, the bases stay loaded. Christian Ortega with the first RBI of the game. You won't watch 2 consecutive games with a scoreless team today, Mark. We got a run on the board there for you.
The right fielder, number 4, Brody Black.
Brody Black has got a home run or 2 in that bat of his as well. 3 on the year for him. 14 RBIs. That's 3rd on the team. He'll come up here with the bases still loaded. Now 13-1 the gap. That one was right down home plate, but had that late horizontal break that fooled Black.
Even fooled Joel Goom there for a second. Took his time to make that strike call.
That one chopped right past the first baseman. Another run comes in to score. Brody Black, the RBI. Another run will come around. Legs it out, does Palos. The guy's done a month's worth of cardio in about 5 minutes. Another run in. A triple as the fielding starts to fall apart for the Baycats. 13-4 now the deficit. And good morning, Brantford offense. We're back. 13-4 now the gap.
Good morning. Smell the Java. Brody Black, bases clearing triple. And for Brody Black, that is triple number 1 on the IBL career. And it comes at a perfect time to close the gap just a little bit and maybe cause a little bit of uneasiness for Barrie Baycats fans and the players.
That ball was still wild when he got to third. I think there was an outside chance, depending how the fielder gets to home. He might have had the inside the Parker there, which, what a way to wake the crowd up if you're Brody Black. Awesome job by him. Now sole possession of third base, and here's Jeremy Veilleux looking for his second homer of the year. And really his first big meaningful hit. I think he had the home run he does have was late in a game that was already out of hand for the Red Sox early in the season, and then he was off the roster. Not off the roster, but off the everyday roster for a long time. He's kind of just appeared in DH appearances and the occasional late game pinch catch situation, but this could be a huge opportunity for him now in a 3-0 count.
And Warden is rocked here, giving up these singles, that triple now. This is where you need to smell a little bit here for the Barrie Baycats and continuously just keep pouring it on. Keep it up.
I don't think the Red Sox liked our podcast. I think they wanted it to come to a close. They said, let's
so.
make this game close again.
All
We got to
right.
go back to baseball. 3-1. That one chopped foul, so it'll be a full count here for Veyu. Josiah DeVapel, and he'll get his first cuts here in the batter's circle. He'll be up next.
Well, Jonathan Warden into his 4th game of the season. Last appearance was on July 3rd against Guelph, part of a 12-2 victory. Faced 16 batters in that one, went 2 2/3.
Full count, 1 out. That one low in the dirt. Jeremy Veyu will take the free pass to first. And I'm going to do a quick check on the Barrie Baycats bullpen. Looks like the first mound visit to my memory of the game. The back catch will come out, and Tyler Plumpton will have a few words with Warren. Reminded him, hey, big lead, you got 9 runs to work with, but let's not give them anything more to feast on. And here's DeVapelin. Comes in a pinch hitting situation. Pinch hitters this year, the Brantford Red Sox do well in pinch hitting spots as a whole. We'll see what DeVapelin can find with runners on the corners.
Well, just to go back to Warden's last appearance, in those 2 2/3 in that victory, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, struck out 3, walked 4. Usually goes about 2 innings each time.
Lucas Bateman now in the on-deck circle. Now the catcher in this one. 1-0 here. First ball to DeVapelin. Warren now at 28 pitches for the game. Oh, DeVapelin thought about it, but a smart decision as that one really dropped at the end of its life. Ball 2. Big at-bat here for DeVapelin. Hitting an even 200 on the year. 7 different games. He's got 10 at-bats. That one fouled off to the third base side, 2-1.
And he's feisty out there, just fighting off that pitch, wasting it away.
Got 2 hits this year, one of them a double. An RBI double at that. And then a walk and a hit by pitch this year. The 2-1. That one's high. 3-1 to DeVapelin. One more ball, and he would load the bases.
That one got away from Warden, it looked like. It looked like he was trying to dip down, but he may have left his hand maybe half a second early.
Here's the 3-1. Strike, says the home plate umpire. Joel Goom will give Warren a present there. That was close on the corner, but he'll make it a full count. 3-2, 1 out, runners on the corners. DeVapelin fouls that one off, keeps the at-bat alive. It'll be another full count pitch. Some support here, some fans in the front row at Arnold Anderson Stadium getting some claps going. Swing and strike. I think it just caught the baseball, but Plumpton was there as the back catch to settle that one down. Lucas Bateman.
Number 29, Lucas Bateman.
Yeah,
Bateman
foul tip.
will head up for his 3rd effort of the day. Ground out and strikeout his contest so far.
Yeah, just a foul tip for DeVapelin. Right into the glove. Hear the encouragement from the Barrie Baycats staff over there just to try to encourage this young pitcher to get out of this inning.
Bateman, the 0-1. That one, really nice movement, but Goom says no strike. Ball 1 there for 1-1. He's got some good stuff, does Warren. He's got, when he has horizontal break, he gets it vertical too. That ball really moves late there. It's just hitters not believing it's going in the zone. That one set by the shortstop. Bateman brings home a run. Gonna get the stop sign there for Jeremy Veilleux. He'll hold there at second. Now 13-5 the gap for the Brantford Red Sox. The Barrie Baycats, and more specifically Jonathan Warren, their room for error is getting smaller and smaller, taking some real estate off that room. Runners on first and second now. Here comes Lefebvre, back-to-back innings today.
And now the 10th batter of the inning. This is a big inning for the Brantford Red Sox, putting 5 runs on the board here.
And that was a hard-hit ball that, had it been a little further left, had it carried more towards the foul line, had double or even triple potential. Really good exit velocity off that one from Bateman. Lefebvre walked last time by. That one almost got another free pass there, almost by the form of a hit by pitch, but just barely misses him. 1-1.
I'm really liking the approach from the Red Sox here. It's a mix of soft contact and hard contact, and the hard contact has been very hard in the outfield.
That one sent up in the air, though. That one should end the inning if the center fielder can make the play under it. Yes, he can. McGarry Doyle stops the bleeding here for the Barrie Baycats. They'll hold the lead to 8, but that's closer than it was. 13-5 now the deficit for the Brantford Red Sox. We'll be back in just a moment for the start of the 7th inning after a word from our sponsors.
Hard line drive up the middle. Whoa! Lindor out of nowhere. How did he do that?
That Lindor can play. I don't know about that hair. And don't get me started on those gloves.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
It's time for a revolution. The Ref 1X by Rollins.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Barrie Baycats Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
And welcome back, coming to you live from Arnold Anderson Stadium in Brantford, Ontario. We'll make a correction, I should say. That score bug will be right. 13-5 is the shrunken deficit here by the Brantford Red Sox as they start the top of the 7th inning. Believe, if my eyes don't deceive me, it should be
That's still Crawford Passy out there.
back on the mound. He's the guy that's going to be doing the triple inning run today. I believe the first pitcher to appear in 3 innings today. Colby Klepper may have barely made the 3 innings there.
No, just 1 2/3 for Colby Klepper tonight.
There you go.
Crawford Passy threw a 1 2/3, and out here would get him to 2 innings even.
And he's made it quick too. You see on the scoreboard there, I believe that's his 30th pitch of the game. So, you know, a little high, but for a guy who's now appeared in 3 innings, 2 full innings of work, what was your number, 15? If he goes through 2 innings and 30 pitches, he's got it right on the dot.
Yep.
That catch back in the face on the first pitch of an at-bat certainly helped. 1-1.
If there's anything that's going to wake anybody up, it's that right there.
Support for the call from the road crowd here at Arnold Anderson from the Barrie fans. That should tell you something, but 2-1. Bateman's been trying to frame it up there. 2-1. That one has some good movement there. That one's in for a strike.
Just
Crawford, that
laced
slider
it
coming
in.
back on the plate. It's been deadly.
Yeah, the slider, it started going towards Garcia directly, but just the way it broke right across the plate, right at the right time, right towards the heart of the plate and right across.
That one wide off the plate. Going to make it an even full count, 3-2. And talk about the tale of 2 days for Lily Garcia. 2 RBI single, then 2 strikeouts, then a solo home run. So very polarized day at the plate for Garcia.
And Willie, that home run, that's a home run in Major League ballparks.
That one's up in the air. Third baseman ranging out for it. That one luckily doesn't hit anybody as it lands just inside the fencing for the third base grandstand.
Yeah, there are a couple of people standing around there. Looked like they had the basket catches going, but they just unable to trap it.
I think a lot of people, this game has gone a little bit longer, late start time. Still plenty of attendance here at Arnold Anderson, but they've all chosen to, many of them have chosen to stand out there in the third base line. Here's the 3-2. Oh, just barely didn't find its way back, but that inside slider almost got Garcia again, but he'll get his first walk of the day.
Should mention that 2 games have gone final in the IBL tonight. The London Majors defeating the Kitchener Panthers 1-0. So a very close shutout loss for the Kitchener Panthers. That's 2 games in a row where they have put up a goose egg on the scoreboard. And the Hamilton Cardinals also at the goose egg. They have blanked the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers 2-0, the final in that one.
Well, there's some solace for the Brantford Red Sox fans. They're trying to chase a team with no runs in 2 games.
It's not too bad. So you're telling me there's a chance.
Yes, you're saying there's hope. And
again, you talked about it before the game, Marshall, about how crucial that final head-to-head game between Kitchener and Brantford is going to be.
July 31st.
That's right.
That's a big one. That's going to be a massive game. I'm jealous you guys get that one on your airwaves.
It's going to be interesting. I'll say that much.
I don't remember. I don't believe we have a home game that. What am I saying? We're on the road in Kitchener. It's the late hours here, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a game that day. If you're looking for a secondary voice there on that call, I think a Brantford Red Sox perspective might be needed.
Hey, if you want to be a third man in the booth up there, I believe it's myself and Ian Jodry on that call there that night.
Maybe an on-field host some games,
Hey,
host the
not?
Dizzy Bet race.
Why not? No, we need you as an impartial referee for between myself and Ian for the first round of the Olympiad.
I always thought I'd.
He's been talking a lot of trash, Marshall. I gotta tell you, he's been talking a lot of trash, and I'm not a huge fan of it.
What are the Olympiad events? What are we talking here?
We're talking Panther Pong, which is basically just a oversized variation of beer pong.
Oversized is in the beers or the ball?
Oh, the balls and the buckets.
Oh,
they're
it's
not
buckets.
They're not cups, they're buckets.
All right.
And you're about 10 feet away. There is the dizzy back competition. There is the rolling of the tire. And you got to get it 20 yards down the line and roll it all the way back. First one to cross the line wins.
Like straightness of the tire, or is it about distance?
Well, that's the strategy, right? You want the straightness of the tire. That's so you have the shortest path to victory.
Right.
If you're wobbling around and going from left to right, sideways and frontwards and forwards, you're just slowing yourself down.
All right. This is stuff I could surely get behind as a impartial third party. Tyler Plumpton, here he is for the 5th time today. Fly out, hit by pitch, 2 singles. 1 out in the inning here. Crawford Passy as Willie Garcia on first base. That one well struck out towards center field. Palos won't be able to track that one down. Runner comes around to third base. That throw in quickly from Palos. Is he going to round for home? Gets the stop sign. I think if he'd kept going, he would have had the run, but runners on the corners there as Plumpton records his 3rd single of the day. Very well could have been a double if he had legged it out.
A very hard hit single. And I think that's just a respect factor, knowing the score line.
Yeah.
Yes, Brantford is starting to make a game of it, starting to come back, but it's still an 8-run difference. But I think right there, the stop sign's put on. You could try to leg that. If the if the game is any closer, you're stretching that out into a double every single time. But I think right there, it's recognizing the time of the game, recognizing that you don't need to push it here. You're up by 8.
Call me old-fashioned. I will admit, especially the volatility of the IBL and leads this year. I think my number's 15. I got off the gas. 15 runs, because we've seen everything under the sun lower than that total. I just think you lose focus. Not to make a literal reference, but Crawford Passy making that awesome comeback or catch, losing focus just in little ways. Doesn't have to come up quite as literally as that one's in for I believe ball 2, but it doesn't have to facilitate in those ways. But I think once you're in any way checking up, holding up, being anything less than your normal self, I think that's when I get worried about mistakes, especially defensively.
You're not wrong. We saw it last night in Kitchener with the Hamilton Cardinals. There were a few times that they could have gotten guys first to third. There was one point of the game, it was late, and there was a wild pitch to the backstop. It could have been a 50-50 play. I think the guys could have advanced on a, double advancing. Guys were on first and second at the time.
Right.
They held up. They said, you know what? It's 18-0. There's no reason to just try to chance this and just get over to the next bases and try to show up the opposition. Because, again, it's a respect thing at the end of the day.
So Crawford Passy sitting here 3-1 against Alex Wickett. He's got a hit by pitch and 2 walks today. He's taken that first base walk plenty of times. He won't quite make it there yet. Nice strike there. Low in the zone. Got him. Chase at it. 3-2 now to Wickett. 47 pitches now the count for Crawford Passy. If memory serves, that's the most by any Brantford Red Sox pitcher today. The full count. No, says the home plate umpire. That was that signature slider. He's perfectly placing it, but the same way he's just inside the plate sometimes to get guys to chase a ball they can't hit. When the hitter doesn't swing at it, well, you're out there with the ball. So third base on balls of the day for Wickett there, and he'll load the bases for the Barrie Baycats.
And that's exactly what you need from your number 9 hitter, just being a guy that can consistently get on base and turn the order around.
That one inside on the hands. McGarry Doyle doesn't quite catch him, so he'll prevent the run. But McGarry Doyle today, 6th at bat of the contest. He's had almost half a road trip in a single night, and it's a hot night at that to be up to bat 6 different times. Here's the 1-0. Big swing and a miss from McGarry Doyle. He was thinking grand slam, didn't get it. 50 pitches even now for Passy. Here's the 1-1. That one fouled way off to the third base line. Strike 2 has a chance to ring up McGarry Doyle for the 2nd time on the day.
Well, McGarry Doyle, a home run in that game against Guelph. 5 home runs on the season.
You know he's a threat. Doesn't get the chance there. That one's too far off even for him, 2-2.
It's a very dangerous hitter. And with 1 out, if you're Crawford Passy, there's been a lot of hard hit balls. Take some speed off of the ball, dip it down a little bit, maybe get a ground ball out of this.
Oh, that one fouled back. McGarry Doyle will keep it at 2-2.
He'd love to turn a double play here.
Wouldn't he? Man. He's done a great job at just putting those ground balls in catchable situations. A lot of them are high exit velo. You're just not going to get to them, even if you're one of the best fielders in the league. But he's done a good job at least having them be very predictable to the fielders. That one's going to go to a full count. And really the money spots here at Arnold Anderson, do you talk about the way that the outfield tapers there, that wide outfield there in the corners? We've had a lot of bloopers down that area that then curl out and hit that back fence in the corners. And the other money spot has been just over the head of the second baseman all season. Passy hasn't put one hit there. That one does go towards the second baseman. And sure enough, as I say that, Off to Brody Black in right field. 1 run scores. Black hesitates on the throw, and a run scores in that time. That's the thing where I said with taking your foot off the gas as the lead balloons now to 15-5. Is that situation there, Mark, where he holds up. If you're Brody Black, you're like, all right, play's done. The batters will just hold their bases. They'll give me a courtesy. And then one comes in to score while you're waiting there.
Yep. You cannot do that, plain and simple. Just put the ball back in the infield, and I think this might be it for Crawford Passy here.
Again, I'll say in terms of strictly recording outs, eating up innings in the middle of this ball game, Crawford Passy 55 pitches in the middle of the game. That is not an effort that should be overlooked.
Not at all. And you go back. This is the 5th pitcher for the Brantford Red Sox in this game, and looks like Passy's going to stay out there.
Wow, 55 pitches from a guy who's only made single inning appearances all season. He's done 3 here today. Or he's looking for his 3rd full inning, I should say. Here's Brandon Hernandez. Walk, 2 hits, strikeout, and a flyout. That one chopped up and foul over our heads. Ball, strike 1, pardon me.
Well, and you think back to that 12-1 loss on June 28th against these Baycats. Passy went into that one as well, faced 12 batters in that one, went 2 2/3, gave up 3 runs on 3 hits, only struck out 1, only walked 1 in that one. So he's got some familiarity with this Baycats roster.
That small zone from the home plate umpire coming back again. That one was right on the cusp, goes the way of the batter. 1-1 now to Hernandez. That one chopped towards the second baseman. Can Bateman get the double? Gets 1. Gets 2. What a split there at first base. Josiah DeVapalan stretching out with the leg range. Nice job there by the substitute first baseman to turn that double play. And somehow, there's been so many opportunities, Mark. Somehow, that's the first double play of the day for these Brantford Red Sox.
Yeah, so many opportunities, so many times the bases have been loaded, so many times guys have been in scoring position here. Right there is just a good play by Lucas Lefebvre. He might have a future at second base, although I would imagine Lucas Bateman would have something to say about that.
That's true. I think I said Lucas Bateman. Who is playing now defensively at second with the rotation?
Oh, it is Lucas Lefebvre. Lucas Lefebvre is on second. Ortega is the shortstop.
Lucas Lefebvre. I got the wrong Lucas.
Yes.
I believe that's the first time Lefebvre has come in at second. Usually if we do a rotation, Savage will often sub in at shortstop. Lefebvre will leave the game. So
I do recall Lefebvre getting some experience at second base while he was with the Panthers organization. I'd have to look back into my notes, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him play second base before. And didn't necessarily look out of position by any means.
No. Typically second base and shortstop, one of the easier position transfers to make.
Yeah.
More or less playing the same position on the opposite side, just a little bit easier in a righty hitter majority sport.
Thank you.
We just had a fan rendition as we get into the 7th inning stretch here.
Yeah, Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame night here. They got some exhibits here, and they're doing the tour around the Intercounty Baseball League. You can check out Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame on their website to see where they're going to be traveling to an IBL ballpark near you. And they got some pretty good things down there. Some exhibits from some of the most recent inductees, namely a guy by the name of Joey Bats, Jose Bautista.
Number 14, Rene Takioka.
Here's Takioka back for the 4th time today. Walked in his last at bat, but still hitless. Very few no-hit games so far in this young, or not even young at this point, so far deep into the season. He's going to be looking to just get on the board for his own personal streak. That one wide, ball 1.
Well, showing off some patience at the plate, but not afraid to swing the bat if he has something right in his wheelhouse.
Takioka, he's always been a very, eccentric guy with his warm-up routine, with his speed on the base paths. But last time we were here at Arnold Anderson against Welland, had a 2-run shot home run that he bat flipped off of. And that's something that he's just not typically the guy, or at least the guy I would project based on the way he plays, that goes for the eccentrics in terms of celebration. But had a bit of a chat with home plate umpire Trevor Stoico, who I believe is our third base umpire today. They had a bit of a chat in that one. That was one of the fun moments of the year, as that one sent well out to left field. Tracked down is the left fielder there for Barrie. He'll make the catch. That's, of course, Tristan Clark, who there's no spot in the left field he can't get to with the right reaction time. He did so there.
Number 13.
Yeah, he just has a lot of range out there in left field, and just the way he's able to track the baseball. Doesn't get it lost in the lights all too much, and just doesn't give up on a play. It's again, it seems easy in practice, but a guy that can just get into the right position, and some of the better players in this league can just make the hardest things seem so simple.
1-0 here to Palos. Ethan Palos, 4th time up today. He's 2 for 3. He's doing pretty well for himself, even in a game where most hitters for Brantford haven't found much consistency. 2-0, Cassidy Watt in the batter's circle. That one pretty well struck out there towards center field. McGarry Doyle ranging up for it. Does a great job to get there in time, had the legs moving. And here it comes Cassidy Watt, 4th time up today. Pair of strikeouts and a flyout for him so far.
Oh, that's what you like to see from Noel McGarry Doyle.
Cassidy Watt.
Calls off Hernandez, knows that he's going to get a beat on this baseball. Doesn't want to run into anybody. Very vocal out there is McGarry Doyle, and just makes a clinical catch.
Big swing and a miss for Watt on the first pitch of the at-bat. 0-1.
Hasn't looked out of place over at third. I'll say that.
That one low and in the dirt for ball 1. And no, people that have seen Cassidy Watt play all season, he's got wheels. For a catcher, he is an athletic. Also, one of the underrated skills. He's very, not bendy, what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. Very flexible for a catcher, which is a skill set that can, lend you well to other positions around the infield. And cool to see him getting a moment at third base today. He'll take a moment to fix his helmet, fix his equipment, recenter himself.
A Swiss Army knife, as they say.
Great way to put it, yeah. Jonathan Warren, shout out to him as well. Having a quicker inning here. That one chopped off towards third base. Goes over the glove of the third baseman. He'll show a little bit of displeasure. Believe that is Noah Hull out there. And there you go, on first base. First hit of the day for Cassidy Watt.
Next for your Red Sox. The third baseman.
Good hard hit ball there by Cassidy Watt.
Ortega.
And that looks actually to be Austin Boylan, that is now at third base, number 88. So again, the Barrie Baycats doing a bit of a ring around the rosy, if you will.
Because Boylan, I believe, was earlier today at right field. He came in for Clayton Keys early,
correct,
to my memory. So he's now
and
subbed twice.
Now that I'm looking out there, I just saw him turn around. That is a Seifa Jones that's out in right field.
This is now Warren to Ortega. 1-1 now as he fouls that one off.
This is where they need the walkie-talkies to let us know of all these substitutions.
Oh, literally. One, now 2-1. That one just a little high, says home plate umpire Joel Goom. 2-1. Ortega's got a base runner in front of him. RBI'd last time up to the plate. That one fouled off over our heads. 2-2.
And Ortega with that big single back in the sixth, the only hit for him in this ball game. And Miami, Florida native, just 25 years of age. Could be another big piece of this team's future, this core that the Red Sox brass are trying to put together.
Ooh, sits him down there, does Jonathan Warren to cap off the bottom of the seventh. And Warren really picked his stuff up there. I mean, he looked like a different pitcher in his ability to locate the zone. His first pitch in warm-ups there for the bottom of the 7th inning went well wide of the catcher. I was a little worried, at least on his behalf, but he settled it down, didn't give the Brantford Red Sox much to work with there. 15-5. Now the deficit here for your Brantford Red Sox as we get ready for the 8th inning of work.
And it goes back to a mindset, right? I mean, you go into the dugout after the 6th inning, not exactly the kind of inning that you want. You just reset, you wipe the slate clean. You give up the single to Watt, but you get 3 big outs and just get out of it pretty quickly.
So we'll get an ID here on the pitcher for you. Number 5 coming into the game here in the bullpen for the Brantford Red Sox. We'll get you an ID here in just a moment.
That's Greg Rapp that's coming into the ball game for the Brantford Red Sox.
Greg Rapp, only 1 appearance so far in the young season. I don't believe I was even here for that game, so this will be my first opportunity to see him work live. 1 inning so far on the season. Gave up 1 earned run, good for a 9 ERA total for him. 1 earned run in that appearance. Had a walk and a strikeout. So not much sample size to go off of. Another guy here today, like Passy just did, really kind of, gaining himself some notoriety in the way he played, the way he's concise with at-bats, and great opportunity here for Rapp.
Now, former Western Canadian player. What I'm reading here, I believe he's looks like he's an American from Roswell, Georgia. At least that's kind of the listing that I'm seeing. Although technically not actually listed as an import. So very interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
But it's common. I have seen it happen before where there's guys that are not from Canada that might be around here long enough where they do get that domestic status where they don't count as an import player.
Right.
I mean, you think of a number of players that have their domestic status cards. I think of, Junior Ibarra with the Kitchener Panthers. Right. He's been around Canada long enough where he got his domestic status in the offseason, now does not count as an import slot for the Kitchener Panthers. And there's a number of players like that around the IBL.
And I talked to Chris Ortega in our interview earlier today for the Brantford Red Sox Report. Don't forget, new live show for the Brantford Red Sox Report on cable on Monday night. You'll also see it as soon as the episode has aired on YouTube as well. And we talked about him
my apologies. Greg Rapp is from Cambridge.
There you go, nice and
so
local
not
then.
From Georgia to about 10 minutes up the road.
He's been everywhere, close and far.
He's been everywhere, man. He's been everywhere.
But Chris Ortega grew up, went to high school in Miami, then traveled to West Virginia late in his high school career for a preparatory high school, before he then moved on and played in Tusculum, which is in Tennessee.
Yep.
Tennessee, and then came up here to Brantford. And I asked, man, could you get much more variety in terms of location playing baseball? He's a guy who likes fishing, so it's unfortunate for him to – I've never personally fished in Brantford. I don't know what we have as far as opportunities, but
hey, you just find a body of water. Just go to the Grand River. They have free fishing weekends out there. Mother's Day, Father's Day.
As a kid, my family was partial to they have those organized kind of fishing holes where they artificially put fish in it. And you kind of just fish. So high rate, It's the minigun of fishing opportunities. It's just you're hitting something no matter where you throw the line.
I grew up in northeastern Ontario where there was a lake every 10 minutes every way.
What part of
Well, Timmins, Ontario.
Oh, okay.
So 10-minute jaunt down the road, and there's a lake right there where you can go get some good pickerel, some good pike.
Yeah, last Sunday for that contest against Welland, I drove from and back to Huntsville for a game. 4 hours both ways.
Area.
And half that drive is driving around lakes.
Yeah.
It's a 4-hour drive, probably a 5-minute helicopter ride. That one fouled back. There's All-Star Game ball boy, Mr. Emmett Cooper.
So this is Austin Boylan that's at the plate. So his first appearance, by my recollection.
Should be. I have somebody at that right field spot, came in the 6th. Whoever it is, he struck out. Greg Rapp gets himself on the board there with his second strikeout of the season. Only 5 outs left for the Brantford Red Sox to close out this game. Greg Rapp, just a quick correction on the scoreboard. R-A-P-P instead of W-R-A-P. Although W-R-A-P Rapp would go pretty hard right now. It's been a number of hours.
Why don't you add a W and add some ranch into it, get a snack wrap out of it.
So I heard recently the Wendy's snack wrap, I believe, is coming back.
Actually, you're thinking McDonald's, and yes, it did just come back.
So that was my confusion then. All right, because I heard the Wendy's snack wrap's coming back. I was like, I've been getting Wendy's value meal wraps after the gym for months. I don't know what they're
For
on
the
about.
record, McDonald's snack wraps, it hits right before a workout. Let me tell you.
Oh, pre-workout.
Get some protein in you. You don't have to worry about the carbs because it's a wrap.
True.
Get some good protein in. You let it sit for about 20 minutes. Let it digest because you don't really want to work out on a full stomach immediately after you eat.
That one chopped towards the first base line. It was just right of the bag, so it'll go foul.
At least that's just my policy.
It's an interesting point you make. My big thing is personally, I'm not gonna leak what gym I go to, but my gym, we often have advertisements for a local Mexican food chain, and I say local, and I'm sort of being tongue in cheek because the gym I see the advertisements at, the local Mexican food chain that they offer a discount on with your gym pass, the nearest one to my gym, 34 kilometers away.
Yeah, that's not local.
So the good people at my gym are going, it's been a long day at the gym. You know, you need a 45-minute drive to go get a bowl. I really don't. I don't know about advertising
Takes
sometimes.
just as much time to get a workout in than it is to actually drive out there to get the food.
That's right. Here's the 3-1 to Boylan. That one chopped right at the first base line. DeVaplin can't quite get the glove out there. He'll come around, stand up, single. Boylan's on the board there.
Well,
Single
that's actually a safe of Jones.
All right, so we did get the double swap.
Yeah.
So Jones now in. Safe Jones on the board. His first single of the day.
But it's interesting to note, too. So Asafa Jones is in the batting position of Nolan McAbro.
Yeah.
Boylan came in for Keys in the batting order.
But Jones is playing right field.
Jones is playing right field.
Boylan, you said, is playing third.
Correct.
We're putting a puzzle together here live on air is what we're doing here.
Well, then again, this is one of those things, and, you know, I've been harping on the league, and I don't care who hears it right now. The fact of the matter is, you know, we are busy here in the broadcast booth trying to put this broadcast on at the same time, too. Usually they out in the field will signal to us whenever there's a change, and they did have a new rule put in place this season where the dugouts are both equipped with walkie-talkies to the scorekeeper to let them know what substitutions are coming in place, who's coming in for who, you know, who's warming up in the bullpen, kind of communicating to us that so we can do our jobs properly on here. Because beyond us doing the job here in the broadcast booth, for the scorekeepers, the job becomes equally as tough as well, because you want to make sure that the scoring is right online, because you don't want to give an RBI or a hit to somebody that may not have earned it because he's not in the game.
Tristan Clark sends Palos on a run to go fetch that fly-out ball. He does. Palos will bring it in for the second out of the inning.
And I've been on that soapbox all day long and all night. And I will continue to be that way.
All righty. Here comes number 17. I don't believe that's Willie Garcia.
That is definitely not Willie Garcia. So Carlos Sano, who's usually a pitcher,
17, Carlos Sano.
will come in for Willie Garcia. That's something you don't see every day.
Any relation to Miguel?
Not to my knowledge.
Looks somewhat similar. Sano used to have, I believe, similar-looking dreads in his time with the Twins. Swing and a miss there, first pitch.
You know, I was starting to think that Sano might have been a pitching option for this weekend, not necessarily tomorrow. Again, I think it's Juan Benitez going tomorrow afternoon. But I was thinking that Carlos Sano might even come into the ball game later on Sunday.
Ball chopped off to first. That'll end the top of the 8th. Sano grounds out to DeVaplin to end the 8th inning side for Barrie. And there you go. One more offensive inning left for the Barrie Baycats. 2 more on the ledger for the Red Sox. This game getting to the late stages. Lead still 15-5 towards the Barrie Baycats. 18-8 is the difference in the hit column. And 2 errors in this game, both chalked up to the Red Sox.
Can tell you that was the first at-bat for Carlos Sano this season. He's only got 3 at-bats in his IBL career coming into this game. Actually, he had 3 games. He was 1 for 1, batting 1,000 in his IBL career coming into this one. So now make it 500. As we take a look around the outfield here, I'm gonna let you do what you do best, sir, and I'm gonna try to flag down who is where on the outfield here for the Barrie Baycats, because it's kind of been a mishmash of everybody.
Well, new arm coming in for the Barrie Baycats here. Likely going to play the final 2 innings, or at least that'll likely be his goal. So that's Jonathan Warren's day done. Similar to Crawford Passy, a middle reliever coming in, doing 3 good innings of work. Just recording outs, chalking them up. Jonathan Warren was hit or miss here and there, but did a really good job to just keep this game going, keep his team relatively comfortable. 15-5 the lead. Started to close up there, started to get a little bit closer there for the Red Sox offense. 8 hits, nothing to sneeze at, but when the other team puts up 18 through 7 innings, you get a little bit worried. A little bit of chatter here. There we go, getting some info here. Thank you to the home plate umpire. That's Joel Goom here at Arnold.
I think they heard me.
I think they did. I think you I think you woke something up. You may have made a real league change here.
It's what I do. It's what I do.
There you go.
I'm just here for the people, Marshall.
Professional cage rattler, Mark Perret.
Yep.
I love it. I love it. All righty, bottom of the 8th, getting set here for the Brantford Red Sox offense to try to find that momentum they had here earlier in today's game. That 6th inning of work, saw some life, saw that 5-run explosion, which, to my knowledge, I believe is actually the most runs we've seen in a single inning for a single team. So not too bad here for the Red Sox, but Bernie Black, I believe, is going to be the first man to take cuts here in the bottom of the 8th. 4th appearance today, single, fly out, and then that big triple, almost an inside the park home run there, back in the 6th inning. First pitch to Black. Oh, right in on him. Trying to tell where exactly that missed. Looked like it was right into his back. I think he kind of shuffled his way aside, and Bertie Black gets away without a whopper of a bruise on that one.
Yeah, Ramon Henriquez on the hill, former New York Mets farmhand. Just the 3rd pitcher into the ball game here for the Barrie Baycats.
And again, that's the value for a guy like Jonathan Warren. Didn't necessarily lock down the game from the mound, but just carried through, kept other relievers off the mound. And tomorrow when the Red Sox come back to Barrie, and for the rest of Barrie's week of baseball, they're going to be thanking him for those all-important innings.
Should be noted as well, Andrew Johnston now the catcher for the Baycats.
So number 29 now catching for both teams.
Looks like Boylan is still over at 3rd. Noah Hull is now at first base. And Asafa Jones is still out in right field.
Big swing and a miss there for Black. Sat down on 4 pitches there. So the Ringer Rosies actually going different directions for each team.
I think so.
They're going left to right. They're going clockwise. The Red Sox are going counterclockwise.
One team said, you're going that way, I'm going to go the other. Oh, excuse me, pardon me.
It's a game within a game here at the Arnold Anderson Stadium today, just like the commentator Olympiad, were you calling it? Games
let me
within games.
It's not going to be a competition when I'm playing, let me tell you.
Oh, my goodness. We got to get some other perspectives. We got to take call-in viewers here, just so some of your competitors in this competition can put you in your place here, Mark.
I don't know if they can.
I think you would set a record for Rogers TV volunteers for a game if this event were to happen. If the pitch was put out there and we had to get some high school guys to come out and cover
the pitch out there. I bet you Patty any day of the week would front the bill just to see it happen.
Patty, if you're watching, let's make this happen. Maybe you can get. I bet you can get a sponsor for it.
Oh, absolutely.
Big swing and a miss there from Veilleux. Now 1-2.
I shoot my mouth off enough. You're going to find a sponsor that'll just put the money into it just to see me not have to say a word anymore and be humbled.
But you're a wild horse, though. You're a volatile commodity. You're making change here, yelling from the broadcast booth, making change here in the world of the IBL.
Here's the secret, Marshall. There's a strikeout.
Veilleux sat down there on strikes.
I'm not yelling.
Back-to-back there for, pardon me, ID on our pitcher again. That is...
That was Jeremy Veilleux.
No, the pitcher. New pitcher for
that's
Barrie.
Ramon Henriquez.
Ramon Henriquez, second strikeout, consecutive at-bats. Alrighty, here's Josiah DeVaplin back up. Struck out in the 6th inning, but remember, had that nice ranging play to record the double play on defense. That one in low in the zone for ball 1.
Can hear ball 1 called there from Joel Goom from here.
It's getting quiet. It's getting nice and chill here at Arnold Anderson. 1 minute off from 11 o'clock. The 1-0's in top corner. Called strike. Bateman up next in the batter's circle. Looking around the league, all other games I think for the night should more or less be finished up.
Well, let me tell you, there's one game happening right now in Toronto, and I'm a fan of symmetry, Marshall.
Oh, beautiful.
The visiting team in Toronto is also up 15-5.
Beautiful. Look at that around the IBL.
15, Toronto 5.
There you go. Toronto Maple Leafs fans live at Christie Pitts. We feel your pain here from across Ontario.
Well, I think there was kind of a bee in the bonnet of the Welland Jackfish as Toronto defeated them the last 2 times they played head-to-head.
And if you're a team like the Welland Jackfish, to my knowledge, 6 losses here deep into the season. That's two losses will stand out. You remember those specifically when you've had so few.
That is correct.
1-2, 2 outs. DeVaplin looking to keep the bottom of the 8th alive. Ramon Henriquez, 3 big strikeouts in the 8th inning as he'll sit down DeVaplin. And let's get ready for the last inning of work here. The 9th inning starting off here live from Arnold Anderson. I'm going to do some housekeeping in between the 8th and 9th inning because we're getting to the late stages. Should be sometime around 11:15 this ball game if it goes chalk through the 9th. That's a late time for a 7:30 start here. Don't forget we had that sun delay there to start off the game. This game had its first pitch just after 8 o'clock. So
let's take a quick look around the IBL.
We'll do kind of a final kind of send-off here as we get ready towards the end of the game. Mark Perry joining us today. And Mark, if there was ever a game on the calendar, if I knew this game was going to turn out the way it has, you would have been absolutely the man I would call. You're so much fun to have up here in the booth, and you have experienced so much IBL-related everything this past week, specifically hearing about that no-hitter yesterday. As a broadcaster, as somebody, your dream is always to be a part of history, and you got a chance to do it today. I apologize for you having to be here for such a hot game for so many hours, but yesterday you got broadcaster heaven, so I can't feel too bad.
It's good to be around here. It's good to be around here. Good to join you here in the broadcast booth. I know we've had a little bit of history here, so we can be able to come into this broadcast booth, have a little fun here on a Friday night. And it's a good time here at Arnold Anderson Stadium, despite the scoreline being the way it is. You get to see some pitching performances like Frank Garces, Ramon Henriquez with a good inning there, and sometimes sometimes these games go your way, sometimes they don't. That's just the way baseball works, but it's all about the memories that you bring with you during these games. If you're not on the field, that you kind of take away with you.
Well, the song just said it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and I wish it was 5 o'clock here. I got a long drive tomorrow morning. I'm heading off to Toronto, I believe, at 7:30 a.m. So
pitching for your Brantford Red Sox, number 30, Jose Rodriguez.
Jose Rodriguez will come in the 9th inning. to finish this one off here for the Brantford Red Sox. Still relatively solid support. We got some fans here who have stuck it out at Arnold Anderson to catch all 9 innings of this one. Even with the lead getting relatively out of hand here by way of the Barrie Baycats, they've stuck around it for that. I thank everybody that supports us here at Arnold Anderson.
We're just trying to kill mosquitoes in here at this point.
I am. They swarm. We had a lot of bugs here in that in the media booth next to us last week. I'm trying to do my part in keeping their numbers down. It's the least I can do. We're back here with Rogers TV Sunday, 2 o'clock start time in Hamilton. And the last thing I want to be dealing with after a very busy weekend is mosquitoes in my broadcast booth.
You're not wrong. I get to be in Guelph tomorrow night.
Who are you guys playing tomorrow?
I want to say it's London. I'd have to double check. Let me check here. It is London. And then I get to see the Barrie Baycats on Sunday at 5 o'clock in Kitchener. So busy weekend coming up. And by the way, here's another thing that I started a few years ago. Starting it yet again. So the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium has a convention every Sunday for the month of July. So parking's kind of limited, so the Panthers start their games at 5 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock while that's going on.
Right.
I call 5 o'clock pre-evening. It's not quite the afternoon, so you can't call it the afternoon. It's not quite the evening because the evening starts at 6 o'clock.
That's a good point. I call it dinner time, but
I call it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
beautiful. That one struck off towards the first base line. That one's in potential car danger. Less people here to stand up and...
Forget the car. The Barrie Baycats bus is down there, too.
Oh, boy. It's got a lot of mileage to do. They're going back to Barrie. They're coming back to your neck of the woods there and here on the west side. And your point about the conferences, it's travel like that makes
Again,
you go, what can we do?
Here's the way you lay it out. You have the 9 teams in the IBL right now. What a moonshot.
Well hit ball out to right field. Oh, my goodness. Brody Black almost gets a hand on it. He came close. That one absolutely mashed. I believe that is still Noah Hull there playing third base.
It is.
9th inning, Noah Hull. It's a competitive competition at this point because that earlier home run from Garcia was an absolute moonbeam. That one may have gone even further. Brody Black's great over the fence. Not much you could do about that one. Lead now 16-5, Barrie Baycats.
So just to get back to my point here, you lay out the 9 teams in the IBL. How you would stretch it out if with a 10th team in the league, you do 2 divisions of 5 as you normally would. You don't go 6 and 4. That's just nonsense.
Yeah.
You have Kitchener, Guelph, London, and Chatham-Kent in one division no matter what. Mm-hmm. Dependent on where the location of the 10th team is, that's what determines what the 5th team would be in the Western Division. If it's anything west of Kitchener and Guelph, that's the team that enters the 5th division. You have the 10th team, Chatham-Kent, London, Kitchener, Guelph. Everybody else is in the East Division, including the Brantford Red Sox. Mm-hmm. If it's anything east of Kitchener and Guelph, well, it's Chatham-Kent, London, Kitchener, Guelph, and Brantford. Those are the 5 teams in the West Division. Everybody else is in the East Division. It just makes sense.
It's a good thought. It's a good way to put it. I think the thing I would take into account as we see that one wide off the plate. Luckily, no base runners on the wild pitch. Now 1-2 from Rodriguez. I think the only consideration is the practicality of highways. You know, once you've traveled so far down south that you're down to the 403, you could argue you could have kind of a 403 and then the lateral highways through Hamilton south. Like, I actually don't think north and south is such a bad idea. It's just how wide teams are spread. There's not really one solution, but strikes him out. Rodriguez gets the called strike 3 for the first out of the top of the 9th. That's Tyler Plumpton. Pardon me, that is Andrew Johnston getting sat down. He's one of many defensive substitutions for the Baycats today. So Rodriguez is on the board with the strikeout. That'll be his 4th of the season.
Yeah. But I do see your point when it comes to the highways and the distance traveled and everything like that, too. I think I was just focusing more on the, location, and I think Kitchener, Guelph, and Brantford are so grouped together, so closely knit together. You just can't separate them. And you're not going to put Chatham, Kent, or London in the same division as Barrie because the travel's just not going to make sense. I mean, for crying out loud, Chatham, Kent, and Barrie are so far apart. You have Barrie going into Chatham, Kent for a 3-game set during the regular season just so they can just get them out of the way.
It's a thankless and very difficult job trying to schedule a league like the IBL with all travel has to be done by bus. And
Herb Morrell, I don't envy you.
Oh, boy. I think the league that inarguably has the most question marks about their division spacing is the NFL.
Absolutely.
I will never understand. As a Buffalo Bills fan, we play a team in Miami, we play a team in Boston, and we play a team in New York. And 2 of those are fine. But the fact that Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, as a team who doesn't like to play in the hot, and the Miami Dolphins definitely don't like to play in the cold, I don't know what they did there.
Well, forget about the NFL for a moment there. Consider the NHL in the Atlantic Division where you have the Maple Leafs, the Montreal Canadiens, and the Ottawa Senators playing in the same division as the Tampa Bay Lightning and Florida Panthers.
Which is, again, the East-West thing. They are the most East, but they're also a continent apart vertically.
Yeah. But again, you have to figure as well, you're not going to separate the New York teams. And they're too close in proximity with Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that you're not going to separate them away from it either. And Pittsburgh and Philly, they're not necessarily close to the Atlantic Ocean either.
Well, I know the Giants are more New Jersey, but the NFL separates the New York teams. There's precedent for it.
Well, it's AFC, NFC, but that's just a whole new conversation on how they have determined AFC and NFC teams. That's just a historical thing.
That ball chopped over to the second baseman. Can't quite make the play on it, and then the shortstop actually gets a hand there, but no luck there. Christian Ortega, no throw. That base runner will score there. Will likely be chalked up as an error. Sorry, base runner off to first base. And then the podcast would have had to start 4 innings ago to have time to talk about college athletics.
Oh, don't get me started on the Big Ten.
Oh, my goodness, college conferences right now. Is the Pac-12 is like 2 teams right now, isn't it?
Something like that.
It's bizarre. It's truly bizarre. First thing, new college football games coming out, I believe, if it didn't already, maybe last week. First thing I did when the 25 edition came out, just sat down, made a spreadsheet, 3 hours, put conferences together the way I want them. And it takes a while. But holy cow, NCAA college sports, you guys got to.
I mean, that's just too many teams to try to organize alone. And, I mean, when you think about college sports, you have Division I. You have Division II schools at the same time, too. How you organize them all together. Division III is in there. You have the NJCAA as well when it comes to the college sports. And I know that the athletes here on this field know too well about the NCAA and college sports in the United States. Many of them play their springs down in the States.
That ball was fouled back and caught by the IBL All-Star Game zone, Ebbett Cooper, our ball boy. 1-1-1 reads the scoreboard. Here's McGarry Doyle sending that one off foul. Tracking it down is Cassidy Watt, who makes the catch, falling over out there on the third baseline to record the second out of the inning. 4 more outs left in this baseball game. You know what? I'll retract that. We'll leave the opening for the 11-run comeback. Potentially not 4 more outs. We saw an offensive explosion there in the 6th. There's precedent for it.
Yes, we did.
11 outs in the 9th is... So Jonathan Warden, the DH. The man now up in the 2 spot, replacing Brendan Hernandez. Could be the final batter of the day for the Baycats. That first one in the dirt for ball 1.
I believe I saw Warden playing shortstop in the last inning.
So full sub then in for Brandon Hernandez, who started today at shortstop. Big swing and strike for 1-1.
It's just been ring around the rosy with the way this game has gone.
The wicket still on first base after the error. So the entirety The Barrie Baycats offense has gone around 6 times. This is the 7th time through the order. Is that one in the dirt for ball 2?
Well, it's official. The symmetry is gone. 15-5 is the final score between Welland and Toronto.
That's
Thanks,
on us.
Noah Hull. Thank you so much, Noah.
Hey, I'm sure the Noah Hull fans out there were pretty pumped for, don't forget, 2 home run game.
Yeah.
Home run earlier in this contest, 2 home runs. Both solo shots, to be fair. I mean, 2 RBIs, I think, still short the hitting prowess he had barreling the ball up today. Had another run that he later scored on. That one popped out to left field. Takioka could finally close off Barrie's offense for the day. He does. Takioka will get under that one. And here we go. Bottom of the 9th, final half inning of the day in this contest. 16-5, the deficit heading into the final home offensive half inning. 20-8 now the differential in the hit column. 20 for the Baycats, 8 for the Red Sox. Still only 2 errors by way of Brantford.
Again, this is just one of those opportunities here for the Brantford Red Sox to just lay it all on the line and perhaps just get some momentum going into tomorrow.
Swing hard and swing often. See what you can find. And believe it should still be Sano on the mound, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that might be Henriquez.
Henriquez, pardon me. Thank you. Same arm from the 8th inning. They'll do a double. No single inning closer here. So it will be Henriquez trying to finish off the Red Sox that, again, show the life you see in the 6th inning. There was a gap in the offense. One of 2 innings the Baycats did not score a run in today. So the highest scoring run of this baseball game, the Brantford Red Sox, only team to put up 5 in an inning. It's the little victories.
It's all that counts, right?
I talked about it. This Brantford Red Sox offense, momentum-based. Once they find something, once they find a little bit of pep, I don't know if it's a morale thing. I don't know what it is, but when it rains, it pours for the offense, but it goes back the same way on defense. And I think the big thing, Mark, that stands out to me about this graphic, putting up a run in 7 different innings, just incredible consistency, and that indicates all areas of your 9-man lineup are firing on all cylinders if you're Barrie.
Oh, and you look at the drivers for this Barrie Baycats team. Noel McGarry Doyle, 3 for 6, 3 RBI. Asafa Jones marked down as 3 for 5, although that was Nolan Macabroda getting the job done with a pair of hits in this ball game. Again, a number of substitutions to go through. Noah Hull, a couple of home runs. Tristan Clark getting on base with a single and scoring. Even Alex Wickett, he's not showing up in the hit column, although he did get a single in that last inning, but 3 walks and a hit by pitch. So taking the bruises and patient enough at the plate to just get on base and, turn the batting order over to the top and, letting the Noel McGarry Doyles of the world, letting the Brandon Hernandezes of the world, Clayton Keys, Nolan Macabroda, getting the job done with guys on base.
Home plate umpire just indicated we have had a substitution. I don't know for a fact if it's a pitcher and maybe a defensive sub. Still 45 there on the mound.
No, that's the batter, my friend.
Chopped over. You're absolutely right. Yeah, number 26 has come in for the Red Sox. What a play by the first baseman. The reach out there vertically. Almost got stepped on in the bag. Holds onto it for the first out.
That's Brandon Sekulovic, the 5th-year player, former Hamilton Cardinal, former Toronto Maple Leaf. Actually signed with the Kitchener Panthers at the beginning of the season, but was later released. A veteran in this league. He is 37 years of age.
I think I typically have a pretty good memory of these things. I don't believe he has played an at-bat this year for the
I don't
Red
believe
Sox.
so.
There you go. First at-bat, grounds out, is the victim of a great fielding play there, and great range on the bag by the first baseman there for the Baycats.
Well, you got to try something, right?
So here's Lucas Lefebvre. That one in on Lefebvre. Had a walk today earlier in this one. Walk and a strikeout. This is only the 3rd time we've seen him today. That one caught a little bit of the bat. Falls straight down. Strike 2, 0-2.
We saw a number of the All-Star ads on the screen here tonight. Just keep in mind, Sunday, July 20th is the game in Hamilton, the All-Star Showdown preceded by the Home Run Derby. I'm sure those Home Run Derby participants will be released soon.
That one chopped right towards the second baseman. Should be a textbook play for out number 2 of the inning, and it is. Lefebvre grounds out. And I asked pre-game as well in that interview for, don't forget, Brantford Red Sox Report Monday. But I asked him in an interview with Chris Ortega about if he has any interest in that home run derby there. Former US PBL champion in 2024 in their home run derby. And I asked him just for fun at the end of the interview, I said, what's your number? Let's say you get 3 minutes. How many are you hitting? His guess was 15. Do you remember off the top of your head, what was last year's winning total? Out of curiosity.
I'd have to look, but Tyler Duncan was hitting moonshots. Josh Garton was hitting a lot of baseballs too.
That ball gets down past the shortstop. On base for Ren Takioka. Do you know what that means? No hitless day. Takioka keeps his very low 0-hit games total. Just as low. Gets on base there. Nice work by Takioka.
Next for your Red Sox, number 13, Ethan Paulos.
Ethan Paulos here up for his 5th AB today. Single ground out, single fly out. His tally so far. And a lot of just top talents there. A lot of real power threats making the All-Star game this year. I'm curious to see what that lineup ends up being for the All-Star home run derby. I mean, Robert Mullen.
Robert Mullen's a shoo-in.
He's the guy I think I'd be worried about.
Yeah, Robert Mullen. How about Seth Strong with Chatham Kent, hearing that he might get an invite as well?
That ball chopped. Potentially chance for the final out. Pitcher goes to first. Legs it out, though. Nice job by Paulos there to bring in the another hit to get 2 runners on base here. It's a late game, but it's going to keep going if the Brantford Red Sox can keep up their consistent ability to get on first by any means necessary. Here's Cassidy Watt. Got his first and only hit of the day and his last appearance in the 7th.
Should point out that it was Tyler Duncan defeating Josh Garton of Guelph 10-8 in the finals of the home run derby last year.
So Chris, if you're watching this game back, 15, my man, you'd crush last year's total. So maybe that'll be my hometown bias. I'll be pulling for him. That ball's chopped off. Yeah, I'll be there in person. Looking forward to just going there to attend, just there to meet some faces. Great chance you as both a media member and just any person in the IBL to meet as many people as you can. I assume you're going to be there.
Well, I'll be upstairs helping out. I'll get in there midway through the game. They have invited a number of broadcast members. So, I mean, if you feel like it, there's that chair that's wide open. I don't mean to speak for my friend Reed Duthie and Neil Srivastava, but they said that they have the open chair there, and broadcasters in the league, it's free reign. Come on up, have a word or two, and just introduce yourselves and have some fun. So if you're there, come on up, sir.
Chris Ortega's going to the All-Star game as a successful rookie. I could be the second representative from Brantford rookie season here with the IBL. I've had just such a fun time. I'm just excited to be around other teams' atmospheres. I've had the pleasure to be in Barrie's ballpark and to kind of see their atmosphere. Swing there puts us 1 away, 1-2 here for Cassidy Watt. Could end the ball game. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. And this ball game is over. 16-5, your final score here, as the Barrie Baycats finish off the Brantford Red Sox on the road at Arnold Anderson. One of a triple header of games there for the Barrie Baycats, just the same as it is for the Brantford Red Sox. The Red Sox move to 6-19 on the season as the Baycats promote themselves to 14-10. And this game is going to be a grudge match going back the other way tomorrow. That game in Barrie at Athletic Culture Stadium as the Red Sox will try to get that offensive momentum from the 6th inning spread over the course of a full game. And I think the story of the game, Marcus, we'll kind of send off here is if you're the Red Sox tomorrow, get ahead early. Don't allow any mistakes there in that first inning. And if anything, keep balls in the hand of the catcher, limit those wild pitches, and especially those fielding errors. Don't give a team as good as Barrie an opportunity to blow a lead like that up to 11 runs as they did today.
It's already 10-0 after the 3rd inning. That cannot happen to be successful in this league. Plain and simple. I mean, there's no other way around it. You give up a couple of home runs in this game as well. You just got to limit the damage. If you have some guys on base, figure out a way to get out of the jam. And I think more importantly for the Brantford Red Sox, connect with the baseball a little bit more often early going. It's going to be a little bit easier, all due respect to the other Barrie Baycats pitchers, but Frank Garces is Frank Garces.
Well, we're going to send you off today, Mark. Thank you again so much for coming down today. I wish we hadn't put you through 4 hours of consecutive 30-degree baseball, but I hope you had a fun time today. I know yesterday is the one that you'll remember for a while, but we thank you for coming here to Brantford. If ever we have an emergency sub, you will always be one of the first names we call if you're willing. Hopefully this game didn't scare you off. It's not always 30 degrees here, but sometimes it feels like it.
It takes a lot more to scare me off, Marshall. A lot more.
You're a diehard for baseball. You made live in-game change today. You've made a real impact, even in your few short hours here at Arnold Anderson. Plug some stuff for us, because you're on stuff all over the IBL. Where can people at home find you if they enjoyed hearing you today?
Well, you see it on the screen right there. You can follow me on X at Mark L. Perry. You can also follow me with the same handle on Instagram. IBL Inside Pitch. It's on Facebook. It's on Instagram. It's on Twitter. It's on YouTube. New episodes every Tuesday involving myself, Neil Srivastava, and Braden Farrington. We take a deep dive throughout the IBL every Tuesday throughout the regular season. Sometimes we have some special guests. This coming week, we did actually talk with Owen Boone after the no-no last night, so we'll have that full interview on the air on Tuesday coming up next week. And I think that's pretty much everywhere I can plug. Obviously, Kitchener and Guelph, where I do the games regularly. Kitchener Panthers, Guelph Royals. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. While you're at it, while you're on this channel, hit like and subscribe for the Brantford Red Sox.
Absolutely.
So you can follow Marshall and the Red Sox whenever they are on the air here at Arnold Anderson Stadium, and show some love to the rest of the teams in the Intercounty Baseball League. Trying to get those algorithms up, because you know that these teams love those. It makes a whole lot of difference to get some exposure out there, not only for their teams, but for the league as a whole.
Well, we'll send you home. I'm going to make one quick plug of myself. Well, two. First of all, Rogers TV, they're back. Their awesome crew, their awesome production. They'll be back on Sunday for that contest against the Hamilton Cardinals. That'll be a 2 o'clock start time. Look forward to that game coming up soon. If you want to follow me on X, I'm Marshall Crocker Jr. 18, my handle on there. And I'm very happy as Marshall Crocker is the play-by-play commentator full season here for the Brantford Red Sox to also remind you, Monday night.
You're a junior?
I am a junior.
Okay.
Actually, third in line of Marshall Crockers. I don't use it in my professional life, but it is on my Twitter. So go follow me there, Marshall Crocker Jr. But I am very happy to be not only your play-by-play commentator this whole year, also the host of the Brantford Red Sox Report. I really encourage you guys to go check that out. Rogers Local Cable, if you're anywhere in the local cable markets of Brantford, it stretches all the way to Guelph. I won't speak for all the way to Barrie, but they're going to be catching our new show live. That's the Brantford Red Sox Report. It goes out every week on Monday. Our first guest, new IBL All-Star starter, Chris Ortega. Great interview. Had a ton of fun with him. Go check that out. It'll also go out live on YouTube right after it airs live on cable. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for watching tonight's contest between the Brantford Red Sox and the Barrie Baycats. The Baycats picking up the 16-5 win tonight at Arnold Anderson. Have a great rest of your weekend. Go enjoy some road baseball. Go check out the Barrie Baycats broadcast for the Red Sox tomorrow, and we'll see you right back here 2 p.m. on Sunday on Rogers TV. Have a great night, everybody.